Hello! Good morning, afternoon, evening, or otherwise, ladies, gentlemen, and others. How goes? Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Half a year. Thank you, Lukos. Just finished the new raids. Ah, I can't wait for all the endgame raids. I am looking forward to it. Bida Key, thank you for the 7 months. How's your Christmas Eve going? Wonderfully. Yesterday I did a lot of work, and today I'm really ready to relax and or get stressed out by the MSQ. But before we begin MSQ, we're gonna do the Starlight quest, because I've yet to do that quest. And before we do the Starlight quest, the Hijack Discord server has made something very special, and I want to watch that first. So, I've yet to look at it. I've only heard, like, the first, like, sentence, or first word of it. So, we're gonna look a little bit on that first. Let's see.
Sadly, we couldn't make a story-based Christmas video like last year, but we didn't want to leave you in the dark, or not make anything. Instead of making a story-style video, we toyed with some other ideas, but the best one is to make a showcase of the art made by some talented Hijack server members.
Yeah.
So we've got some pieces of art made by the artists of the team, from both the project and general fan art.
Ooh. Oh yeah, look at all the gobos. All the different gobos in the Halloween trick-or-treating at my house. Is that a goblin with a AK-47? Okay. Pants are evil. Buy more skirts. Please take. I want you to watch more craft guides. Ooh. So I assume the artist name is at the bottom right, so... Let's see, this is all Toreg. I know Toreg is part of they hashtag Goblin Army or something like that, Gobbo Army. They're wonderful. Oh. Oh, this looks nice. Look at a cute little pumpkin cat. Is that a waffle nailed to the wall? Oh, it's Eric's box! Look at it, generic skybox. Oh, that's great. Ooh. Oh, like goblin posters. Whoa, I like that one. That like demon goblin. Oh, it's Darth Maul! It's Darth Maul as a goblin. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Sloth. And the shield. I like the scribbling, like it was drawn in crayon on that shield. That's wonderful. Oh, cute. Wizard Gobbo giving you a potion.
We started this project in October. We had some basic assets and the initial story. It was ambitious, but we had put a lot of work into it.
Most of the art shown here we hope to include in the next project that will be finished next year. On to our message. Thank you to the members of Hijack for the content and keeping the server alive. A server that invites so many different people from so many different walks of life. The Christmas Project team hopes you all have a Merry Christmas and that next year is a good one.
Aww.
That being said, have a good time and enjoy the holidays.
Oh, look at all the signatures. Yubel. Oh, jeez. Cloud. It's boss, bruh, boss. Oh, wow. Waffle. Aw. That's pleasant. Thank you so much, Hijack Discord. Now, this thing that I wanted to note.
Members of Hijack for the content and keeping the server alive.
Now, this thing, I much appreciate the sentiment, but honestly, and as corny and cheesy as this will sound, it has not been Hijack that has been keeping the server alive. It is thanks to the mods, very much so. The mods and the members of the server. So, you know, Judgebin, Uable, Anna, Suineko, all the other moderators, you know, Maid, and all the members. Because honestly, the server has become more than a server just for Hijack and me and my channel and stuff. You guys have made it into your own little thing. And honestly, like, props to you for that. So give yourself a pat on the back for really turning the server into something more and something all your own. Especially at this point. I'm someone who's incredibly introverted, who finds a hard time dividing my attention between a lot of things. So I'm not very active in the server because I just get too stressed out having to keep up with things. There are so many servers where I never say a word in, even my own private servers. So it makes me happy to know that you guys are basically taking it and making it your own and enjoying yourselves at that place. Once again, thanks to the mods for making it a very welcome and well-run ship and all of that. But thank you so much, Hijack Server, for making this. This is wonderful. All of the art is really nice. I really like that Eric box. That's very cool. Thank you. Anyway. Oh, I didn't even notice that coin on the right has Eric's box on it too. Yeah, that's a box icon with like a sapphire on the center. Wow. That's cool. Oh, thank you again. Happy Christmas Eve, Hijack Server. Anyway, we are gonna go into Final Fantasy now. And we're going to play the Starlight celebration. Every year, there is a Starlight celebration, essentially a Christmas event quest. And we're going to do that right now, before we never see any happiness ever again, because we're going to do the next part of Endwalker. It's that special time of year where the street lights up for the Starlight celebration. Garanji is, Garanji is busy reading for the festivals, readying for the festivities at Miketo's amphitheater, and may just have a special task for you. Well, if it isn't my favorite adventure, I hope you hadn't forgotten about me since we last met. You'll be lending a hand with the festivities again this year, won't you? Because I could certainly use your help. Yeah, she was here last year as well. You see, I have something of a beast problem. Nothing dangerous, I assure you, but it's not exactly my area of expertise, and I imagine a seasoned veteran such as yourself, with all the experience dealing with Eorzea's most exotic fauna, would be better suited for the task. Come on out, Rudy. Oh. Oh! Yep. This little fellow is Rudy. At least that's what I've been calling him. He appeared all of a sudden as I was making my usual preparations, and now he doesn't seem to want to leave. I was wary at first, but he hadn't tried to cause any trouble. I dare say he's even better behaved than some of my little helpers. I've grown so fond of him, I just couldn't really resist making him a little costume. Doesn't he look adorable in it? Yep. The only problem is that that it's as if he's trying to tell me something. It seems terribly important to him, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what it might be. I don't suppose there's anything you might be able to do to help, is there? Yep. Forgive me, I know I'm asking the nigh impossible. After all, it's not as if an adventurer like yourself has the ability to commune with beasts. Whatever am I to do? It looks like you could use some help, my dear. What? What? Did that squirrel just talk? By the 12, a talking squirrel! Ah, the reactions never fail to amuse. Yes, I can understand and speak your language just fine. For, you see, I am what is known as an auspice, a beast proficient in the tongue of man. If you have traveled to the Far East, you may have encountered others of my kind. Oh yeah, I remember that time I met a talking cat. But allow me to introduce myself, Quirkers. I am Rasai, a wanderer who goes wherever duty, sentiment, and the sweet smell of delectable desserts takes me. A meeting with an old friend is what called me to Eorzea, but your festivities piqued my interest. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and it struck me that I might be of service. With Rudy? You can understand him? I would be a sad excuse for an auspice if I could not. So, allow me to provide some enlightenment. It seems your furry little friend would entreat a favor of you. To wit, he is troubled by the fact that he is a bit of a runt compared to his brothers. They hardly even treat him like a real yeti, making fun of him for the tiny snowballs he makes. Snowballs? Indeed, I heard that yetis incapacitate and capture their prey by blowing frosty balls of snow and ice. Yep. Your friend would politely point out that this is not true of all yetis. Rudy and his kin live peacefully deep in the mountains, a far cry from the savage beasts that roam Kurthus. They vie for supremacy amongst themselves, not through violence, but by competing to see who can build the biggest snowballs. Rudy was practicing making snowballs in secret to prove himself when he fell from a small precipice and got himself lost. He wandered the forest aimlessly for days and had just given up hope when a white-haired fellow found and rescued him. The kindly fellow in question was none other than the Saint of Nemea, he says, saved our poor Rudy before gallivanting off to the Starlight celebration. Rudy, alas, didn't even get a chance to thank him. So now he wishes to find the saint and properly express his gratitude. Oh, what a touching story. Truly a Starlight miracle, and I do very much wish I could help, but I'm sorry, Rudy. I fear I haven't a clue where the saint is right now. He never sticks to one place for too long, you see. Always busy delivering gifts to children the realm over. Yep. Just be a good boy, and the saint is bound to notice. That's right. You can be one of his little helpers and help bring joy to all the young ones for the Starlight celebration. Why, if you're lucky, you might even be able to meet him again. Yip. Rudy says he would be happy to help, as, for that matter, would I. At the very least, I can avail you as an interpreter. You'll be lending a hand too, won't you? I understand that this is all rather sudden, but please tell me you'll agree. I'm sure it would mean the world to Rudy. Splendid! Now, let us come up with a plan for getting this little one involved in the festivities. It's Sir Laura. Oh, there he goes. Oh, jeez. Gallivant is the right word for like 50% of the saint's actions. Oh, yeah. God, the red mage outfit looks so good. Hoi! Oh, Lord Wolf CZ, thank you for the well-done steak. I didn't even notice that. Thank you. Thank you for the amazing content. Glory to the Sword and Shield. Yeah, thank you. Imaginary World, Tayneva, Max Lav, and Kiamu Dog. Oh, 17 months. Welcome. Thank you, everybody. Yip. Thank you again for your aid. Now, there must be something special Rudy can do for the children this Starlight season, but what could that be? Would you have any ideas? Yep, yep. What's that you say? The snowballs make you make us so tiny that no one would ever want them? Do not be so hard on yourself, my little friend. Clearly your talents simply lie elsewhere, and it is our job to help you find them. Perhaps you could join the choir, for example. Can you sing? Let's hear it. Yeah. Thank you, Rudy. That was most unique. Unfortunately, perhaps it's not the best fit for singing Starlight carols. There must be something we can do. I would hear your thoughts, adventurer. Ah, he could make snowballs for the snowball fight. That is a possibility, yes, but the children rather enjoy making snowballs themselves. I'm not convinced that taking the task away from them would bring them much joy. Are you kidding? Free ammo! That reminds me. What do you think of these, pray tell? I picked them up in Ulda. They're some kind of traditional confection, but they look rather snowball-ish, don't they? Perhaps we could make something similar to the festival goers to nibble. Yep. That's right, Rudy. This is our chance to for you to prove yourself once and for all. We're going to make the loveliest, most scrumptious snowball treats any Yetta ever has, and we'll be with you every step of the way. You just need to have faith in yourself. Yep, yep, yep. Well, if it's sweets we're making, I know just the person to help. Mother Mione at the Carline Canopy. I'm staying in a room there, and I must say I found her confections to be the second to none. Shall we then? Ah yes, eel pie. Yeah! Season's greetings. Happy holidays. Is that a gingerbread kappa? Excuse me? Holiday cookie. What happened to his eyes? Mother Mione, there is something my friends and I would discuss with you. Yep. Quite the motley bunch, I see. What is it that brings you all here? I see. In that case, you've come at the perfect time. I believe I know a way this might work in both of our favors. I'm in the midst of preparing Starlight gift boxes for the children at Bent Branch Meadows. Exotic snow-themed sweets would be a most welcome addition. Then furnish you with said sweets we shall. That is, once we figure out precisely how we're going to make them. You leave that to me. I'll have a working recipe for you before you know it. In the meantime, might I ask you to pick up some of the ingredients we need in advance? I'll put it on my tab, so you can simply pick everything up and bring it here. It would be our pleasure, and don't you worry, Rudy. Our adventurer friend and I will handle the transactions. Yip, 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 yip. You do the shopping all by yourself, you say? Victor need only stand back and watch, if you insist. What an eager little helper your friend is. Here, I've made a list of everything we need. Simply show this to the shopkeepers and they'll take care of you. The flour you can procure at the Whistling Miller, and the oil at the Botanist Guild. You'll try to stay warm out there, okay? And with that, let us be off, Quercus. First up, the Whistling Miller. With us, Rudy. Yep. I love Mother Mione. Me too. Is it Mione or Mune? I never know. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Mione? Yeah, probably. Oh, this place. I never come in here. Rye flour. Oh, wow. They only sell flour. Yep. Is that a baby Yeti? And why is it dressed as one of the Saint of Nymea's helpers? Yip, yip, yip. A letter from Mother Mion. Let's see here. Ah, now I see. You're running an errand for the Carline Canopy. Well, I can certainly help with that. Give me just a moment and I'll fetch you flour. Here you are. This should be enough to last Mother Mion for a while. Don't work yourself too hard now. Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip. Well, would you look at that? It seems our friend Rudy is a natural at this. I dare say it couldn't have gone any smoother if we did it ourselves. Now, to the Botanist Guild for some oil. Off we go. Nyeh. Mione? It could be. I say Mion because it's French, and the thing about French is you choose like half of the letters at random and just forego pronouncing them. Yip, 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 yip. Ah! Begone, foul beast! Back to the forest with you! Yip, yip. Oh dear, it appears our little friend is in something of a pickle. We could go to his aid, but let us wait a bit still. It would give the lad more confidence, were he able to overcome the predicament himself. It won't leave. Oh, what to do? I'd rather not involve the wood whalers. Yip, 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 yip. Note? Could it be that you're here on an errand of sorts? Well, I'll be. Cooking ingredients for Mion. And here I thought you were some savage beast who'd wandered in here to cause trouble. If frying oil is all you need, I'd be happy to oblige. Just a moment. Wow, no sorry or anything? Careful now, it's heavy. And do take care on your way back to the canopy, yes? Yep. Yip, 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 yip. Well, would you look at that? Rudy managed fine on his own after all. And now that we have everything we need, let's head back to the Carline Canopy and get all this to Mother Mion. A baby Yeti on a shopping errand. Yes, I do believe I've seen everything. Give my best to Mother Mion, will you? Is there something you would like to say to Rudy? Ooh, thank you. Nothing at all, good sir? No? Psh. Oh, hi, Danny. Oh, look! Look at you! You look wonderful. You look so cozy. I thought you were... for a second there, I mistaken you for Saint Nymeia himself. Wow. Let's see. Oh, there's an etherite over here. Hello. Yip, 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 yip. Good to see you're back safe and sound. And just look at how well you performed your errand. You really are a wonderful little helper. Merry Christmas, Omnitruth. Not Janet subscribed! Whoa, not Janet! Hello, not Janet! You guys, not Janet is the person who made the 3D printed Alexander, the trash can Alexander. Hold on, in case you forgot, let me show it again. It's amazing. and they sent me they offered me an extra, and it came in, and it's awesome. And also a hold on, I did a skit with an extra thing that they sent me. Hold on. Here. Hold on, real quick.
What are you doing?
The sink is clogged and I'm...
Hold on, let me quiet.
What are you doing?
The sink is clogged and I'm trying to fix it. I think I almost got it. Oh, fucking shit, goddamn.
They sent me a tombstone of poetic. Can never escape. Here's their Twitter. They are wonderful. Oh man, look at this. Look here, I'm gonna show. Look at this. They got poetics, and then all the other ones that I wasn't there for. God, that's so cool. Oh, it's on Etsy. They've got an Etsy store. Ooh. Ooh, Not Janet has an Etsy. Here we go. Here. Well, there's their store. Wow, that's so cool. Thank you, Not Janet. I didn't even realize. That's rad. Now you know what to get for Christmas. Oh my god, they've got a mini aetheryte for the desk. Oh! Okay, I gotta look at that some other time. Sorry. Wow. Hell yeah, that's so cool. Thank you, Not Janet. And with that, we have everything we need to make sweet Starlight treats for the children. It'll take me a little while to prepare, so how about a cup of piping hot tea while you wait? That would be splendid, Mother Mione, though I dare say it might make me crave for a little something sweet to go with it. Yip yip yip. Thank you for the awesome content you make. Thank you. Merry Crimbus, Merry Crimble, Merry Chrysler. Yip, 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 yip. Amazing. I expected nothing less from you, Mione. Truly, your confections are simply to die for. Ooh. You flatter me, Rasai. Incidentally, you might be interested to hear that this is a traditional dessert called schneeballs, named after an old Hellsguard word meaning snowball. A perfect fix for a Yeti, wouldn't you say? Oh, so it is no mere coincidence that they look like little snowballs. Yep, yep. You know, Rudy, you shouldn't let yourself be discouraged by what your siblings might say to you. There is no shame in being different from everyone else. After all, just look at me. I'm hardly like all the other squirrels out there, and do I let it bother me? Not at all. We should be proud of what sets us apart from the others, not ashamed. Yip, 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 yip. Once we finish making these, my gift boxes will be ready for delivery to Bent Branch Meadows. Speak of which, would you like to help in handing them out? There's no better reward for hard work than watching the children's faces light up with joy. Don't worry, you won't have to do all the work. I'll be asking the Starlight celebrants to assist as well. Well, what do you say? Yip, 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 yip. Rudy says he'd love to, and would most appreciate if you would join us. You'd do this for him, yes? Oh, I love Rudy. I've known Rudy for 5 minutes, but if anything happened to him, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. He is my son now. You have my thanks. We'll make a few more batches of these and pack them into your... pack them up in the gift boxes for you. Garanji will be able to tell you what to do from here. Duly noted. Thank you for everything, Mione. Yep. Oh, precious. Yip, yip, yip. Translates to, you are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Welcome back. I trust that everything is well with our newest little helper. Rudy and the two of you are helping Mother Mion make snowball-shaped confections. What a splendid idea. The children will be delighted, I'm sure. Well done, Rudy. I'm so proud of how far you've come. Yip yip. We would also like to insist in the handing out of presents at Bent Branch Meadows, if we may. Of course. I wouldn't want you to miss out on the joy of delivering the goodies and seeing the children's smiling faces. Please, don't go anywhere just yet, Victor. There's more I'd like to discuss before you set off to deliver the gifts to the children. Ooh. Yes. Well, I do believe it's time to deliver presents to the children. You're still willing to help out, yes? It would be our pleasure, Rudy most of all, and we'll be there to support him all along the way. Excellent. Oh, to business then. My fellow celebrant, Banefeld, has been placed in charge of this task. Seek him out at Bent Branch Meadows. He'll tell you everything you need to know. 110 gil to go to Bent Branch? Really? But Gridania is right there. Damn. Man, inflation hitting Eorzea hard. Oh, I thought it was Saint Nemea. About time you showed up. I mentioned that you might be helping out, and believe me, we can use all the help we can get. Then you will have ours. My Yeti friend, Rudy, Victor, and I, Risai, are more than happy to aid. And though I must say, Mother Mion truly outdid herself this time. Just look at all these presents. Might I suggest that we split up the duties, that we might deliver them to the children in a more efficient manner? Victor, why don't you take a batch and go with Rudy? Meanwhile, I'll get started from the opposite side. Yip, 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 yip. Dear me, Rudy's so raring to go that it might be best to stand aside a bit and leave him to it. It would do wonders for his confidence, and I'm sure the children would be delighted in getting a gift from a seasonally fitting snow creature. Yip, 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 yip. Man, he is excited. Where you at, Rudy? There you are. Yip, yip, yip. Please don't eat me. Yip. A present for us? Why, you must be one of the Saint's little helpers. Rudy presents the gifts with as much of a flourish as his tiny arms can muster. Wow, these look absolutely delicious. And I was thinking about how hungry I was. Lucky me. Are you sure these are safe to eat? I suppose they must be, or that adventurer would do something about it. Anyhow, thank you. Thank you, fluffy little helper. We'll be sure not to eat them all at once. Yip, yip, yip. There he go. There he go. There goes the Rudy. I want to see my little boy. Here he comes. I want to see my little boy. Ooh. Wait, no, this is a side quest. There you are. Yip, yip, yip. Monster! You adventurer, do something! Wait, I think it's holding something. What have you got there, little friend? Are those presents for us? Yep. Rudy presents the gifts with remarkable aplomb. Snowballs made of sugar. I've never seen anything like these before. They look so good, and I'm going to tell all my friends that I get them from the cutest saint's helper of them all. They smell delicious. Thank you very much for the gift, little helper. And you too, Mr. Adventurer. Yip, yip, yip. Good job, Rudy. Yeah, his little tail wags. See over here? There he is. Totally a normal snowman. You should be proud of yourselves. Our snowballs, sweets are the talk of the town, and not just among the wee ones. You've brought us all a Starlight miracle this year. What the? Yetis! Yetis in the ranch! Take cover at once! Trouble at the south gate. The fastest way to a person's heart is through their stomach. Oh yeah, food's great. Oh god. Oh jeez. What in the het seven hells is going on? I know not from where, but a pair of most fearsome yetis just stormed through the gates. Brrr! Yip, 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 yip. Oh dear, yes, I see. Lend me your ears, friend. There is no need to panic. Our large friend here haven't come to attack us. They are simply Rudy's siblings, come to take their little brother home. You're a lucky little yeti to have such good family worrying after you, Rudy. Even if they do look like they're about to pummel you. I cannot deny that they are somewhat disgruntled. They disapprove of the fact Rudy allowed himself to be captured so easily. Captured? Think he can't fend for himself, do they? Yip, 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 yip. Give him what for? Yip! Roll! Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip. Well, what are they saying? Did they sort it out? Oh, I'd say. Our little friend Rudy corrected them in scathing terms. He told them that the delicious snowball treats we made together and how the children's faces lit up when we gave them their presents. He further added that he may be small, but he's proud as can be for what he accomplished, and he shan't let anyone belittle him anymore. Yip yip. Hell yeah, I knew you could do it, Rudy. Say, Rudy, how about letting your brothers try your snowballs? A taste is worth 1,000 words, after all. Damn, I wish you guys could hear word for word what Rudy said. Fucking murdered them in cold blood. Aye, nothing like sharing tasty treats to bring a family together. Well, isn't that nice of them? Rudy's brothers just apologize for how they've treated Rudy all this time. They said they're proud to call him a brother, and that he is more welcome to join their snowball fights from now on. Yip 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 yip. Ah, la, 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 la. Wait, does that mean Yetis have little tails? Oh, they do! They've got little bunny tails! Saint Nemea! He was watching all this time. They roasted him like a chestnut. Wow.
Yip, 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 yip. Rudy says that he intends to return with his brothers to their mountain home, and that he so very much enjoyed his time with us. He only wishes he could have properly thanked the Saint of Nymea before he left. I wouldn't worry about that. I reckon the Saint heard you clear as can be. Look! This was sitting by those tasty morsels you made. It's a letter from you-know-who.
Godbert? Godbert's not in this quest. What are you talking about? That's Saint Nemea.
Dear Rudy, your delightful little snowball treat simply sparked with festive Starlight spirit. I dare say you were the finest of all my helpers this season. Ho 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 ho. Do you hear that, Rudy? It would seem that the Saint was watching you work the whole time. Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip. Oh, Rudy, of course he will miss you too. We will miss you too. Victor, Rudy says that were it not for us, he would never have realized what he was capable of, or found the confidence to stand up to his brothers. He says that everyone he met here was so incredibly kind that he was able to make the best snowballs he's ever made. And finally, he says thank you, Victor, for making this such a miraculous, memorable experience, one that he will cherish for the rest of his life. Yip, yip. Fare thee well, Rudy, and promise that you'll come back to see your friends again someday, yes? Back home you go, then. Take care of yourself out there. Yip, 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 yip. Aye, it'll be lonely out here without the little guy. Worry not, my friends. Your path may very well cross again someday. After all, we never know what fate has in store for us. And with that, we had best return to report to Garanji. I suspect she'll be thrilled, if sad, to hear that Rudy has gone away from home. Away home. Back to the amphitheater.
There is no Godbert in Bent Branch Meadows. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi. Ooh. Nice. I really like that gear. That's that Brayflox gear. All done handing out presents, are you? Thank you very much, and good work. Wait, where's Rudy gone off to? Home with his brothers, but I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Oh, the ruffle, his fluffy fur one last time. You were quite fond of the little fellow, weren't you? Of course. Who wouldn't get attached to that adorably pouty little face? But if he's happy now, that's all that matters. Allow me to thank you both once more. Not just for your help with the festivities, but for everything you did for Rudy as well. You helped him find the confidence he needed to make his siblings accept him. Why, if Rudy's exploits don't fill you with the spirit of Starlight, I dare say nothing will. As a matter of fact, I myself am feeling more enthusiastic about the celebration than ever. And as head celebrant, I will do all in my power to spread smiles and joy with as much passion as Rudy did. I too very much enjoyed the time we spent together. Truly, it was full of new experiences to look back upon fondly. Isn't that so, Victor? Yet, I fear the time has come. Oh, he's got a little snowball treat! The time has come for us to part ways. After all, I've lands to traverse, people to meet, and sweets to eat.
I very much hope to see you again someday, and who's to say? Should you ever find yourself in a pinch with a beast again, I may very well appear to lend an ear. Farewell. Bye.
Thank you, truly. I know it isn't much, but please take this as a humble token of my appreciation. And believe it or not, the saint himself has expressed an interest in meeting you. No doubt he wishes to thank you in person. Whenever you have a moment, pray say the word. Ooh. I get to meet Saint Nemea? Again? Oh, I see. Okay. A certain esteemed personage would like to speak with you immediately, and Garanji is ready to introduce you. Is it strange that I got so attached to Rudy in such a short time? Either way, I only hope we can meet him again someday. Ah, but it's no, time to get all sentimental. I have work to do, and remember, the Saint of Nemea wishes to have a word with you, if you have the time to spare. He didn't mention exactly what he wants, but he was most insistent that you come alone. Whatever do you think it could be? So this is a repeatable quest. Hello. Excuse me? That's an NPC? I'm the most beautiful of them all. I thought that was a player for a second. Jesus. Huh. Ooh. Thank you for the Starlight cake. Thank you. Much appreciated. Intimidation tactic failed. Run! Saint, they're bullying me!
Ho 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 ho! Thank you for joining me, my adventuring friend. As no doubt you know, I'm the Saint of Nemea, bringer of gifts and joy to children all across the realm. Garanji has told me all about your exploits this Starlight season, and I simply had to express my gratitude in person. Truth be told, I was observing you the whole time from a distance. Why, I almost wish that I could have joined you myself. But it is my policy to stay out of the spotlight, or the starlight as it were. Besides, you and your furry friends have such a jolly time that I couldn't bring myself to intrude. Watching Rudy help make those delightful snowball treats and grow into a confident little helper was a wonder to behold, a true starlight miracle. Which brings me to my request. I was hoping you might inspire me the same way you did young Rudy. For you see, as much as it pains me to admit this, I find myself at a loss for new gift ideas this year. If you wouldn't mind, I was hoping you might spend a little time together. Just the two of us. What say you, friend?
What would we do?
I just want a taste of that inspiration of yours. Yes, I'm sure some quality time with you is precisely what I need to rekindle my creative spirit. Ho 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 ho! No need to look so alarmed. I won't ask much of you. I would simply have you accompany me on a little stroll. The decorations are most lovely after all. Why not take in the festive atmosphere together? We can amble out Old Gridania and make our way to Nofika's altar. There are a few spots in particular I'd like to take in with you along the way. Just one would be plenty if you have other places to be, though if you can spare the time, I would love to see 3. And with that, let us be off! Ho 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 ho!
Is he gonna follow? Follow request! Yeah! Follow request in ARR! Yeah! Yay, Saint of Nemea is my follower! Ah, this is cool. Let's see. So I presume there are other spots in Gridania. Oh, hello. Does someone want to trade something? Yeah, I don't know why you guys are talking about Godbird. He's not in here. Zephyr. And 50,000 kill. Thank you, Minori. I don't know if that has some other secret meaning to something. Oh, Danny's the Saint of Doma. Aww. That's precious. Alright, I guess we'll come here.
Ho ho! What a lovely spot indeed. I must say, tuning my ears to the sound of the babbling river and spinning watermill instills me with a transcendent calm. That said, it is a bit chilly here at water's edge, is it not? Most fortunate that I'm layered up nice and warm. Why, I dare say I was even feeling a bit hot. Yes, a bit of a cool air might have been just what I needed for inspiration. Saint, it's snowing. Perhaps I could make a gift of garb and garments to keep out the chill of winter. Yes, that would be a fine idea. Why did I not think of this sooner?
It would appear that the Saint of Nymea has found some small measure of inspiration. You may make to Nofika's altar if you are ready to end your stroll. Nah, more inspiration, methinks. Check all of New and Old Gridania. Let's see. He's in incredible shape. Where his pants? I don't understand the question. Oh.
Oh, such a lovely, tranquil place, yes? Just gazing out upon the dancing water gets my juices flowing. I'm all but certain that inspiration will strike me any moment now. Yes, I can feel it coming, almost there. Or perhaps not. I was certain I had something for a moment there, but it seems to have eluded me. No matter. My mind is now clear and ready to be fueled with new ideas. I must say, spending time with you has been every bit as stimulating as I expected.
Don't say stimulating. Saintly inspiration. Wow, there's a lot of spots. Actually, I'm gonna go to that spot since it's all the way kind of out of the way. Every saint has trouble getting their inspiration up now, every now and then. Inspirational dysfunction. Oh gosh. I'm gonna go bard so I can, or dancer so I can go a little bit faster. That's not dancer. There it is. Saint, can you jump? Yes. Or just walk through it, I guess.
Ho ho! Such a magnificent tree. Clearly it has been tended to with the greatest of care. You can feel the love that those who work here have for nature. A gentle tranquility permeates the very air around us. It's quite the departure from the bustling crowds that are the norm at most places I visit. Why, just the other day at the
You mean the Saint's workshop?
The gold source, as in a mine of sorts. Yes, I'm so inspired, I feel as if I have struck gold. Ho 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 ho! But what treasures still await us? Onwards we go.
Help me out, chat. Is there a reward for going to all of these spots? Because if I don't have to, I don't think I want to. I think I've been through enough of this quest. Just kind of want to get back to Endwalker, you know? Oh, you only get 3. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Can only do 3 anyway. Okay, cool. So that's why it's repeatable. Gotcha. Hello.
Ho-ho! It's as all good things do, it would seem our little journey together has come to an end, and I can just feel the fire of inspiration coursing through me. Many thanks for the kindling, my friend. Now, all that remains is to bring my ideas to life in the form of gifts for the children. Yes, I must be off to my workshop. That said, I very much enjoyed our little Starlight stroll together. I do hope you feel the same.
Must we part so soon? I want that emote.
Oh, well, if you insist, perhaps I could linger just a little longer. Say, did you know that skilled hearers can attune their ears to the voices of the elementals? It got me thinking. Do you suppose that on certain special occasions we could hear them as well? I dare say, if there's any time that we might, it would be during the Starlight season. Shall we try it then? Close your eyes and open your ears. Come now, it'll be fun.
You close your eyes and listen closely to the sounds of nature around you. Slowly but surely, the bustling noises of the city fade, and you can feel your mind clearing.
Achoo! Did you hear anything? If there's anyone the elementals would speak to, undoubtedly it is you. Yes, it's only a matter of time now. I'm certain of it. Whatever you do, don't open your eyes. Yes, just like that. Don't move, and no peeking.
A warm hand caresses your cheek. I'm gonna trust you, Saint Naimea. You keep your eyes tightly shut and focus on the voices of the elementals.
They shouldn't waste not great fiend ground.
You hear mumbling whispers, but cannot discern precisely what is being said. Nope. I trust you, Saint.
It would appear laymen like us cannot hear the elementals after all. Still, our moment of quiet meditation has brought me clarity of mind. I know exactly how I will get started on this year's presents. Joining you for a brisk stroll through the snow-veiled forest has truly invigorated me. My head is finally clear enough for me to start working on gifts for the children. Oh, don't tell me. You're curious as to what I'll be making for them, yes? Walking about town with you, I was struck by the calmness I felt looking at the streetscapes veiled in white, and the warmth that welled up in my heart in seeing the smiling faces of the townspeople. And that's when it hit me. I could craft snow globes! Yes, little spheres of glass depicting the Starlight season here in Gridania. The children would enjoy that, don't you think? And with that, I'd best be off. Do send Garanji my regards. Ho 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 ho!
Look, the saint is here!
Ho ho Happy Starlight to one and all. I hope you boys and girls are looking forward to your presents this year. That adventurer over there has inspired me with a wonderful new idea. I think you're all in for quite the surprise.
No. Hello. To the amphitheater. It's a different cutscene that I got. I presume that you get different cutscenes depending on when you open your eyes. The saint was beaming from ear to ear on his way out. You must have had quite the time together. But where's my head? He left this as a special Starlight gift just for you. Well, I do hope you enjoy the festivities, and if you are so inclined, do check back in with the saint before the season's over. I'm sure he'd be overjoyed to see you again. Ah, magic prism. Okay. Isn't there a way you can get a mobile? Ooh, powerful and adorable than a certain simian king. Oop. Vendor outside a theater? Ooh. Starlight celebration crier. Hello. Not you. You. Ah, there we go. This decoration remains in perpetual motion even when no wind is present, possibly as the result of some as of yet undiscovered Asian machinations. Yeah, I just wanted to read that description. That's amazing. Ooh, what's that? Oh, little stars. What about this one? Damn Asians. Ah, little sparkles. Okay. No. Okay. Back to the... I'm getting a call from Mandeville, LA. Hello? It was an ad. You're going on the block list. Manderville? No, Mandeville. Oh, thank you, rival. Much appreciated. Anyway, this quest is called question mark, and I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. Yeah, Mandeville with no R. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, alright. Okie dokie. Why is it called Skies Aflame? An Allegan silver piece? These are some weird quest rewards. Oh, Victor, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we'd received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radz-at-Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Alright. Respectfully, chat, I think just because there were a few instances of me just reading chat at poor moments, I do hope it's understandable that from here on out, I'm gonna keep chat into emote-only mode until it looks safe. So, yep. Emote only for a majority of the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna scream. But thank you, chat, for understanding. I will see you in spirit, i.e. emotes. Hey everyone, did you all see the cutscene as well? Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radz-at-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victor after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radz-at-Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Kryl, you best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. There is no condition for a long journey. You're in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Then let us make first for Yedlimad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Journey to Thavnair. I'm glad for Kryl's support. I'll also call upon Hori Boulder and the others to assist us. They'll be our eyes and ears on the field, and as they have been many times before. Hell yeah, B-Team! No similar creatures have been sighted here in Sharlayan. That said, the early sights may manifest in other regions ere long. We must prepare for every eventuality. Remember how this was supposed to be the 7th Astral Era? With the falling of the tower in Thavnair, the Hanish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? If this calamity has indeed come to Thavnair, then it is all too likely that Corvus across the strait finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Kryl and the Tataru will be able to provide us with some insight sooner rather than later. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. It would seem that there is a stagnancy of ether in the skies above Radz-at-Han, unbeknownst even to Vritra. Say why he, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hey JoCat, just saying, I'm happy you're doing well. I hope to try and join you on a dungeon later on. Probably not today. I know you have a list. Take care. Take care, and happy holidays. Thank you.
If the might of Vritra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Radz-at-Han is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. I am Astinian, the Azur Dragoon.
I'd rather accompany you to Thavnair, but Raha's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I would want is to be a burden. And so I will remain here with Tataru, and do all I can to gather knowledge that might serve us in the battle to come. Godspeed on your journey, Victor.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez, oh fuck.
For those interested, I am in Instance 3.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. and our sins ascend unto the heavens.
That was the first beast.
3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radz-at-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies.
They're like twisted primals.
The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
God.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
God. It's actually the end of the world. And for once, it feels like it. Like, this is one of the few media where this feels like an actual end of the world.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Like, sure, plenty of media has you saving the world, and video games especially, but, like, we've seen the world. Like, all this build-up, we've been to different corners of the world, so we see what we have to lose. Doma, Kugane, Ishgard, the 3 starting city-states, Alamigo, even Garlemald. We've been to all of these places, and they're all in danger. Fucking stakes are high. Oh boy. Ooh. This music, though. Sorry, I just need to bop for a little bit. Dancing at the end of the world. Hey, sorry. I just, it's a bop, you know? Got a bop.
Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in the battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Next dungeon already? Oh shit! Vanaspati! Anyway. So the beasts are not born of creation magics run amok, but are rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from that which we witness in Amarod. And for the worse, I dare say. If any man, woman, or child becomes a beast at any moment, there is no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Don't worry, no matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. If it's true that the people themselves have transformed into beasts, why, even the Radiant Host could suffer the same fate, or us perish the thought. Oh god, don't say that, Thancred. Thancred, do you want to give me a heart attack? Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I'd sing the last of such nightmares with the Sin Eaters. We must act quickly, Victor. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. I shall survey the environs closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. Usually the most dangerous foe in a worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were Vritra, I would be as offended as I am horrified.
Alright, let's get the list. Who's next? Who is next on the list? Yukino, you got a star on the list because you were offline last time. Invite. Yukino. Next is Hollow. Let's see, is Hollow here? Hollow Jaeger. And Aya. Is Aya here? Aya is not here. They must not be online right now. That's okay. Next is Nona. Would Nona happen to be here? There you are. Oops, there you are. Ah, the good old problem. Do we have a healer? This is level 80... What is this, 84, 85? 85. Do we have anyone with a level 85 healer by chance? Yes, nice. MVP Yukino. Thank you so much. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. How does one get on the list? You simply show up. You are on the list now, caster. It is a long list. Just basically whoever I see and mark off every person that I've played with. But it is a long one. So far, the next person on the list is Leonard, Aurico, Amelia, Tomara, Loyo, Ixen, Natalia, Bold, MTJN, Dracon, Aurea, Electrion, Mitsuba, Rival, Alexandria, Helen, Kaine, Saranthos, Electrion. Wait, no, I already had Electrion, do I? Yeah, let me scratch that out. That's twice. Wilson, Kaiser, Rade, and Caster. And no doubt I'll add more to the list as we go on, but it's a lot of people. Here we go. Demraya, thank you for the 14 months. Vanaspati. No, help the elephants! Ooh, monkey. Teeth monsters from Amarat, of course. Jesus. The rainforest is not safe, apparently. All right. Ah, the weather is apocalypse. Good. You know, apocalypse. Hello. God save us. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, shit. Okay, they got transformed. Vritra!
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Oh. Vritra, such a good boy. Such a good lad. Whoa. Is that just a random meteor? Oh, I see. Come on, Vritra. You have to protect your people.
This is the only way. I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Yeah! Into the jungle. Oh yeah, these are the creatures that I was like, man. Hello, Void Scent. How? What are you doing later? Oh, jeez. God, they're large. Don't do that. Stop that. God, they got a lot of health. By the way, Yukino, let me know if these pulls are manageable enough. Too big, too small, let me know, alright? I trust your healing. Plus, I always have hollowed ground if I need to fall back on something. Wall to wall? Alright, I guess I should have pulled bigger than that. Wall to wall it is, here we go! Oh no. It's too late. Too late for us all. Whoa. Terminus Snatcher. Gross. Note of Despair. Okay, that's a raid-wide. Despair. Raid-wide. Give despair to everybody. Mouth off. Don't mouth off. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a closed mouth. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so find the closed mouth. Okay, it seems as though the Tank Buster sign is, consistent. So I'll have to keep that in mind, that Tank Busters have a thing on them now. Alright, where's the closed mouth? There's a closed mouth. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Clutch rescue! Thank you, Yukino. Note of Despair. Mouth off. Okay. That way, yeah. Tank bust, yeah. No damage. Okay, what is right? Ah, I see, I see. Look at the arm and also the cast. What is left? Spare. Despair. Don't need to do mechanics if you just kill the boss, right? Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Alright, what is this gear? Okay. Need to see more of it.
What is this vile presence I sense?
Sorry, I had some beans earlier. Oh no, the Matanga!
Near. Be on your guard.
Aww. Ooh, monkey and horsey. Alright, wall to wall, here we go. Tree. Alright, well. Vritra! There's a tree in the way! Wait, where's the other? Okay. There's only two of them? Oh no, they're just like health bars are combined. They have like no collision. Why are you smiling? You're scaring me, chat. Oh, it's just okay. We have to get away from here. What's wrong, mother? Oh no. It's hopeless, hopeless. Oh! Ah! Oh man! Shit sucks, bro! Terminus horror. Oh god, instead of their creation magics creating the monstrosities, they're becoming the monstrosities. They're using the ether in themselves. Instead of producing the ether or mana or whatever, they're using what ether is within themselves to create it. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's fucked. That's my theory, anyway. As to why they can't create it. Come on, target. Yeah, there we go. Oh, jeez. I'm just gonna hollow ground.
Ting, 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 ting. Ting, ting, ting. Heals. 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 Yeah, there we go. Almost didn't confetti her there. Ooh, a turban. Casting. Ah, hello. Ah, gross. I hate that. I really don't like that. That trunk. Elephant trunk scorpion. Okay. Oh, I hate this. I hate this a lot. Meaningless destruction. Yeah, that tracks. That guy saying yay, nay, nay, I say. Nay to this abomination. Ether siphon, ether spray. Okay. Bring him to the center. Total wreck. That's what I do to 10-year-olds when I play Call of Duty. Oh, bubbles! Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles! Oh, bubbles! Come on, bubble, bubble, bubble. Yeah, I know how to do these. That's just like one of the other mechanics from another dungeon. Man, you like to spin around a lot, don't you? Poor Hollow Jaeger. Poor any melee, really. I'm just gonna stand right here. Oh. Come on. There we go. Just gonna stand here. Yeah, on the ratio of like difficulty to horrific design, this one, it looks scarier than it is. The mechanics are not too bad. It kind of just stands there. Feels nice to be able to finish my combo after throwing a ranged attack. Yeah, this guy's not bad at all. Alright, cool. Need those. Need that. Take that one. Greed. Ooh, pockets. I like pockets and plates. Oops, don't need to do that. There we go. I like that. I like that a lot. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Well, rip that statue. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Holy shit. God, this is like Angkor Wat. Such devastation. Can I keep going? Nope. Flight of the Valkyries. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. There we go. Ah, there we are. Oh god, we're gonna fight that statue, aren't we? Oh jeez. Oh, these are the thing, big chicken. Big chicken. They're the things that blew up in Amarot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, geez. AoE combo time. Yeah. There we go. Swapping between the single target and AoE combo. There we go. Monkey. What is that? Excuse me. Why the teeth? Why so much teeth? Ah, rip statue. Blasphemy. Svarbuna. Svarbanu. Huh. This boss gave us a hand. Shut up. Ooh. I've seen these. I've seen some of these weapons. I really like these. These are monk fists. Those are cool. Thank you. If I ever level monk, monk is the one job that I have 0 levels in. But when I eventually do, I'm definitely using those as my main fists. They look cool. All right. My headcanon is because Victor never wants to punch anybody. But eventually I will. Yep, Flames of Decay. Ether Disruption. That's the wrong one. Okay. See, now I know. Crumbling Sky. Okay, so I want to be in this one. There we go. Yeah. Gnashing of Teeth. God, the attack names. Okay. Ether Disruption. Go. Not bad, not bad. Crumbling Sky, I recognize that attack from Amarot. We fall. Yep. I'm okay here. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sweet. That's cool. I like that a lot. Hold on. I'll bring him to the center. There we go. Now he went to the center himself. Cool. How polite. Jeez. Yeah, I want to stand over here. Yeah. Ooh, ow. Ooh, ah. Go. That's a lot of buffs and debuffs and stuff. A lot of buff text. Alright, pretty straightforward. I like this boss. Definitely less hectic than the sisters, that's for sure. I like that, the coordination that you kind of need to do with the other players. That's pretty cool. There we are. And dead. Well done. Good job. Good job. GG. I'll never get over that new sheath animation. I would like to have that new sheath animation in a dungeon where we're actually happy. That'd be pretty cool. Eventually. In 7.0, perhaps. Thank you guys for the party. Thank you, every single one of you. Bunui. Ah, so this is where we get the Radz-at-Han tops. I was wondering. These look cool and regal. Sweet. Very, very cool. Thank you. Thanks for the gear. If you guys are passing on the gear, that's extremely generous of you. Much appreciated. Or I'm just lucky and rolling high. I don't know. Alright, looks like I am in Instance 1 and Radz-at-Han. Fuck.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud.
How? Ether can't just
Until,
go away.
from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me, or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
Jesus.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Oh, that's fucked. Those souls are just lost forever.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vritra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all.
Yeah, it's like, fuck the secret. We need to save Radz-at-Han. We need to save Thavnir.
Vritra, calamity has come to Radz-at-Han. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vritra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone.
I guess he has a point there.
I ask that you remain at
As long as he's still fighting.
And render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radz-at-Han will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Yes!
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Arhewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Buddy cop, dragon, dragoon.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Vritra, you will be bad. You will be good cop. Estinian's definitely bad cop.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Yes!
I fear it is as Vritra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Yeah, Stydian's got a dragon buddy! Oh god, there's a lot of monsters. Oh fuck. Okay. I see now what they were looking at in the sky in the trailer. When, oh my god, when Thancred... When Thancred and Urianger were looking up, they were looking at the monsters flying above Radz-at-Han. Fuck, dude. All life must end in death, yet death in turn gives birth to new life. Such is the flow of ether. To think that natural cycle could simply be cut off, the very thought makes me shudder. After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the tempered. But these poor souls, they vanish without a trace. Is there truly no saving them? While Stydian and Vritra defend Radz-at-Han from above, we on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations. And soon. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not, I can see your ether, and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Damn, I've never seen Y'shtola so shaken. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling where or when the transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and seal ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Raisin brown, yellow, honey yellow. 500 gil? Huh. Why is dye a thing that I am given? I wonder. I'll take the honey yellow. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Bagaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more of the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these events, it may give us some insight as to the possible solution. Oh, jeez. Sorry, morning yawn. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alizé and I will see to Parker's path. Thancred and Y'shtola, pray make for Dharma. I leave Arga to Graha and you, Victor. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we've completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Magaduta, that we might share the information we've learned with the satrap. Oh boy, shit's fucked. Halfway through the MSQ and already the end of the world is upon us. Shall we be off then? Arthur is home of the high crucible of alchemia. Those alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. All right. No, I don't want to lose Graha. Raha, you're sticking with me. Disband the party. Thank you for joining me, everybody. May I attune? No, I cannot. Still a state of dismay. Let's see what my retainers have gotten for me. Ring, okay. Or bracelet, rather. Ooh, elegant helm of casting. I look like Owlman from what's it called? Justice League Doom. Amazing. It doesn't matter. And a necklace. Alright. Graha, anything to say? A crucible, alright. No. Ooh, Isu. Countrymen are perishing by the dozen. What grim fate awaits our city? Shift work without sacrificing quality. That's our motto here at the High Crucible. Good to see someone's not in panic. The Radiant hosts have asked us to craft some medicine for them, but many of my comrades are still exhausted from helping forge the warding scale, so we're rather short on personnel. Nuadine. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were one of those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panic screams coming from the direction of Balsan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So, the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Make inquiries. Sneaky. Ooh, hello. What are you? Oh no, expanding the House of Splendors. Ah, fuck. Rowena! I can never escape. So this is the Thavner weave. I must say, it bears resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert on Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlingen, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day, when this calamity is all but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Aww. Graha's homeland. Forgive me, but my shop is closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days.
We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Do you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the Great One tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. The Great Big One, rather. Splendor's vendor. God fucking damn it. There is no corner of the world that Rowena's hand does not stretch to. Hello. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through the entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quick as it came. Sisters have mercy, what is happening in the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The dangers have passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember. Oh, could you tell us what you saw? I like to imagine that what Graha's saying here is what we say whenever we're inquiring from people, like, individually. I imagine we're saying things along these lines. Which is nice. First I heard screams, then a horde of ravenous beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people around like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder. More voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived most unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that this is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Real quick, I am gonna go... Let's see, I'm gonna go to the last place we need to go, and then I'm gonna grab a snack. Maybe an apple. I'll be sure to mute myself when I eat it. For the sake of the people who don't like those sounds. Apples are very loud, I understand. Judging by their accounts, the transformation already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in the vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhane can surely tell us more. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna go get snack. Be right back. I don't need to grab as much snack because Echo is the best and is making ramen for me, and I love her and she's amazing.
Oh boy. Alright, where to? Oh, it's not emote-only mode anymore. Is it safe? Because I put it in emote-only mode because I don't know what might be safe or dangerous. I think for the sake... Safe for now? For now, okay. Alright, I'll trust you. I'll trust you, Bracky. Even after repairing all the damage, it takes a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too, we all did. I was standing here at the counter as, Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall, it sends shiver down my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid himself and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn. I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. The beast was here first. Also, we haven't met anyone so far who knows someone who turned into a beast yet. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Oh, fuck, Jesus. Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me here. I started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling around him. Ah, there we go. That answers my question. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends started shrieking, then black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Ah, okay, so nobody quite knew them yet. Saw Melil, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Nobody knows the people who turned into them. Oh, hello there. Welcome to, Marid's Mayhan. What can I get you? We've come not for the liberations, but rather for information. Libations. Libations? You are Melil, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Oh no, Kalsual! Oh no, he was the guy at the trading post! Oh! He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties. Oh, it's through him that we met Matsya. That was the Alri man. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet him both on your first trip to Thavner? If I recall correctly, Kalsual ran a trading operation in Yedlimad, and it was there that you made Matsya's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalsual, no doubt. Rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The markets for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium indeed. Kalsual was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Kalsual's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory of it if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kalsual in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Kalsual lived for his work, and he had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors knew something I do not. I can direct you to them, if you believe it would help. What do you say? I see. People said that there were 2 low points after Garlemald, and I can see that this is one of them. Only 2 filler points. I can handle it. It helps that I am intrigued by this plot line, though, so it's not too bad of a low point. Kalsual made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalsual lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? How is this a low point? Well, although I personally am okay with it, if we look at the substance of what we're doing, talk to this person. This person knows a nugget of information. Go talk to this person. This person knows a nugget of information. Go talk to this person. You know? I'll write down some directions. On a substance level, I can see that this is a low point. I personally don't mind it, but I can see its flaws, and I would not say any critique of it would not be valid. You know, I do think critique of this segment would be valid, because on a substantially, you're talk to this person. This person doesn't know anything, go talk to this person. This person knows a little bit, go talk to this person, you know. I would see no downside to having just one person provide a majority of the information. The story would be worse without it? I don't think the story would be worse if we cut down the NPCs we needed to talk to by about half. Let's see. After traveling to the Mayhain, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Yep. It wouldn't be as impactful? I disagree. I don't think having to talk with so many people adds all that much. Yeah, it does make sense, but that's just me being overly critical and nitpicky. It's a nitpick on my end. It's me looking at the perspective of people who may not like it. Like I said, I personally don't mind it, but I can see its flaws. Oh, directions. I thought he had something to say. It feels like padding. It is padding, but you know, everyone's gonna have a different opinion on how the padding, how good or bad the padding is. I personally find this good padding. I would not disagree with anyone who finds this bad padding, because I could see it being some bad padding. It's gonna differ from person to person. One man's padding is another man's world building, you know?
And this must be Karma. We arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalsual. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. I'll take the rule of 3 instead of only one NPC knowing everything. Well, here's how I can possibly think it could have been shortened, right? Ah, sweet! Spirits Within got an upgrade. I could see it being like, we've got accounts from various people that it seemed the beast first appeared at the restaurant, you know? And then we go to the restaurant and we hear that it was Kalsual. There, shortened. They can have them just tell us that people were panicked, you know? Because that's basically the message we got from everyone. Was people were panicked. Hurry. Hello? Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, there was one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnair. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Do you know a local merchant named Kalsual? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kalsual? Aye, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Ruveda Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha at Ruveda Fibers. Let's make a point to visit him. Yeah, see, like this. Like, I don't think that was all that necessary. I think the same thing could be accomplished by just giving that dialogue to some of the NPCs that were not mandatory to talk to. You know? Kalsual, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easy as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kalsual sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see, the situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. It was the same old Kalsual, cordial and honest like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? Ooh, he wasn't caught up in the terrible incident in the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bazaar goings on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and prepare to take refuge should the satrap order it. Yikes. In the end, it's subjective. Some of us like the extra dialogue, some of us want to get to the point faster, easy as that, yeah. Yeah, it's... And I think, I would urge that the people who... Not to say that you're not allowed to like this, but, and not to say that this specific thing should be looked at, but, sometimes... It's good to look at things critically, you know? Even the things that you like, critically. And... Graha? Are you down there? There we go. Sometimes it's good to look at things critically and think about how it could be improved, you know? Even the things that you think are doing fine as they are, sometimes it can be interesting and exercise your critical thinking skills about, okay, I like this as it is, but how could it be better, you know?
Because oftentimes, things could be better. Even if you feel as though they are good as they are. Like the Sword and Shield. Even the Great Sword and Shield can be improved. For example, it could have cup holders. Yeah, and oils. And hurry, I say. There is no time to waste. Isn't implying it's improved the other way, meaning the way we like it is wrong? No. I hope I didn't... I hope that didn't come across that way. I know I'm talking a lot about, like, critical thinking and all that, but I... Oh, you're joking. I see. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply do not have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps you could speak when the job is done. It's Voxer! Oh my god, it is Voxer! He's got the same face and hair. It's one of Voxer's reflections. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Okay, like this one I feel as though is a little pushing it. Like the last one I don't mind, although it is filler. It's filler that I don't mind because it's, you know, establishing the situation and whatnot, even if I do feel it could be cut down a little bit. This one feels a little padding. Like, kind of silly padding that doesn't add all that much. Service for employees over. What's that? You come to help? Yeah. It's kind of one of those, like, do a favor for me for a favor back. Hello, Minori. It could be worse. It could be finding corrupt crystals or doing tasks for the Company of Heroes. Red, is it? You've come to the right place. Thank you for your aid. All right. Thank you, Echo. I love you so much. You're the best.
Enjoy. It's really hot. So
Okay, I'll wait for it. Thank you. Echo made me ramen. Yep, cloth and textiles. And they're like so close. Is this necessary if they're right there? Did she remember meat? She remembered meat this time. Yeah. Oh god. Here you go. And you've carried all the crates in the storehouse, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. And my associates with the... At least it's not the other side of the city, but damn. Yeah. Yeah, actually, you know what? Having it be so close, it makes it sillier rather than more upsetting. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in some more peaceful times. Yeah, it's impressive. You want to put in good lighting?
Yeah.
Yeah, better lighting. Take it. She's taking a picture because it looks good, which it does. done as I asked, have you? Of course, Voxer Eliphiel. If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that quest was really just a joke, a meta joke on the developer's part. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. Without our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more of to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the door shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another flow of panic, and then he too transformed. I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask. Indeed. You knew the merchant Kalsual, did you not? I believe he had some dealing with your establishment. Kalsual? I know him well. We arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain and stay. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. When it's just the same haircut, it's the same face type too. It's the same your face type. It's very, very close. Maybe the eyes and nose are different, but I don't know. It's very similar. I bet Shen... I gotta watch Shen's playthrough. I'm sure she would have noticed the same. You remember when we saw what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalsual. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? Could such intense emotion were... that such intense emotions were what triggered this transformation? It might be. That doesn't go too far from the despair that befell Amarant. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Everything sucks. Yeah, the hair's a tad more orange, yeah, and he's more tan than Voxer for sure, but that is the same head number. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Margaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed, I thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well. Despair! Ooh, a lookout point. Yeah, so, they're turning into monsters by the power of depression. I do too, but usually I just go eat a bag of chips. I love how human Graha is as a character. He's always looking out for the people. Oh, yeah. And the fact that he's willing to say bye and, like, take care of everyone. He's so polite. Finish your rounds and ready to share. Yep. Please be a cutscene so I can eat. Please be voiced. Yeah, this looks like a voice cutscene.
There you are.
There we go.
You've spoken with
All
the
right, time to eat.
survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
I know it isn't always the case, but, like, and it's not confirmation that it's so, but, every time chat goes into emote-only mode...
Merchant Kalsual was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
Every time a chat goes into emote-only mode, I'm just gonna assume that a bomb is about to go off. Like, suddenly there's gonna be a random explosion off in the background. Every single cutscene, chat goes into emote mode. It's like, ah, yes, where's the bomb?
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold
the flower.
horrors.
It's not ether. It's the whatchamacallit, the non-measurable emotional power. Oh.
Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings.
Because they're born from the power of their emotions, not ether. Oh, fuck.
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not.
Oh, and they're amplified by Hydaelyn. Zodiark was suppressing it all this time. And our power, oh my god. Our powers of emotion from Hydaelyn and the flower. Oh, that's my theory. That's my theory and I'm sticking with it. Zodiark was holding back Hydaelyn's power, and Hydaelyn's power inadvertently has caused our, like, emotive ether, not ether, but, you know, the emotive power to amplify to the point where we are nearly as powerful with it as fucking creation magics.
Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Kalsual's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the satrap!
The satrap!
Thank the heavens!
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Sorry, I was turning on my fan. Oh shit, I was not muted this whole time. You guys heard me munching. Sorry. So sorry.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Polaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matya of Akyali, a
The
humble
boy!
fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
The boy!
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Polaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend.
Oh no!
But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy!
Hang in there, lady.
Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
Steady.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him?
Steady.
The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, no!
Damn it!
We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Oh, this is so fucked.
As fast as you can! No!
Oh. Oh, he was just a kid. Oh, fuck. Yeah!
Vritra, our people, you must save them.
What the fuck? Seriously?
My son.
Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes. You will survive.
Oh.
You must.
Graha, thank you. Graha, the hopeful. The good boy. Oh, wait a minute. This plays in part with the dancer quest line where we try to purge them of their negative emotions. Oh, it all makes sense now. What you got up your sleeve, Graha?
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Damn, channeling the Crystal Exarch one last time. Now that's a leader.
Alizé, leave the city to us and make for Polaka's stand at once. Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Looks like he's still got some bardic inspiration left in him. Oh god, that's so fucked. It's like nowhere is safe. Alright, looks like I'm in instance 1. Oh fuck. We meet again. You do remember me, yes? Yes, you are best boy. You saved my skin twice over in Yedlimad, and now I find myself turning to you for help once more. But let us tarry here no longer. Damn it all. Staying calm isn't exactly my forte. Alizé. Aw. Alright, I'm gonna sit and eat my ramen. Hold on. I need to take all that in. I need a moment. Jesus. See, this is if Kingdom Hearts was good. Oh, jeez. I've never played Kingdom Hearts, so I don't know. All I know is something giving in to despair and darkness and all that. Love that moment with the Exarch coming out. Yeah, he was definitely channeling the Exarch. So for a moment, we got to see the Exarch in his prime commanding forces. So we didn't really see that in Shadowbringers. We just heard about it. No wonder, like, people saw him as an inspiring leader. Graha's got 100 years, 100 plus years experience under his belt. Graha Noon in all but name. Dude, you know he's got a harem. Both in-game and out of game. He's got simps for days. Oh, speaking of Graha simps, you guys want to see some art that I made? I made some art. There's one wonderful, wholesome, and great artist called Very. And she plays with Larry. And she makes great art, and she featured in the Crap Guide to DPS. I put her in the Crap Guide to DPS as the person that your JoCat was having tea with. And let's see. I think I drew it on Victor Quibbles. Ah, there it is. Because we both love Graha, I drew this. Because she ships her character Aeun with Graha, and so I drew this. Yeah, I'm very, very proud of this drawing. Kissing the best boy. Mutual appreciation. The comment pic, yeah. I'm very proud of this drawing. I'm happy with it. And, oh, she drew this as well. I'm sure she won't mind. She drew this after the Borger one. I don't know if you're in the chat, Very, but I need to show it off because it's good. Where is it? She drew this. Us eating burgers. Oh, Very's great. Borger. She's very wholesome. And I think she's a paladin main as well. She is Victor's reflection. Female reflection. Alright, I'm almost done with my ramen. Thank you for being patient, everybody. I ship my wall with Xenos. I mean, I'm sure plenty people do. Listen. I'm not gonna pretend like if Xenos wasn't a hot, big titty, blonde chick, that I wouldn't simp for her, you know? If Xenos was all the same but a girl, I'm sure I would be a lot more lenient. I would be like, oh yeah, but you know, she's kind of like combat sexual, you know? I would absolutely eat my words. I get it. You mean Yatsu? Yatsu's not female Xenos. Yatsu's not in love with the Warrior of Light. But she's a crazy tyrant, that's true. Sadhu is female Xenos. Actually, you know what? Now that you say it, maybe I wouldn't be lenient on Xenos because I personally am not into Sadhu. I can see her appeal. But Sadhu makes me uncomfortable. She makes me scared. Not scaroused, just scared. She would be exhausting to romantically date. Or just date in general. Romantically be involved with. I would not be able to keep up with Sadhu. All right, here we go. Alphino? Oh, thank you for the shade. We must leave, we must save Polaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask for your aid as well. Yeah, of course. Polaka's stand is not far, just down the hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Victor, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alize and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. There is no telling what danger awaits us. Keep your eyes peeled. Here we go. All right, Mudclaw, you and me. We unlocked the next area. The area that is, like, down below the massive cliff. We can finally get the rest of the, what's it called? Ether currents. Oh, geez. I like this area. I like this jungle feel. Kind of reminds me of that one area next to Brayflox in Lenosha. I did want, like, a bigger one, so it's nice to see one. Did I look at the weather thingy? No, and I never will. Also, let me see this new animation. Hold on. Hello, Danny. It's the end of the world. What's happened to them? Oh, good work. Guys, don't tell me about Easter eggs. If I miss them, I miss them. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. God, it's like the people can't like. Joe, did you see? There's a bag on that crate. Did you see? Did you see? It's like, all right, cool, great. Ah, shit. Fun fact: that bag is actually Xenos' long-lost brother. It's great. I wish I had discovered that myself. Thanks for letting me know. Like, I understand you're excited for me to see stuff, but if I miss it, it's no big deal. Though the village's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who lost their will to live. Even if I awake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep alone. You call out, but the man does not respond. He's gonna turn. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to get aggressive. It's just, you know, like, I understand it all comes from a place of wanting the streamer to notice the cool things, but, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world if they don't, you know? Have you come to help us? Too late, my family, my friends. I'm fine, thank you. Please, save the others. Okay, alright, so long as you're not dangerous. Oh man, this is Lalafell House 2.0. I can't get through. His wounds are deep, but he may yet be saved. Go and help the others. Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12. Let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. We must battle depression. Quick, get them all psychologists and therapists. I can tend to the rest. Pray look for Marzia. Look after Marzia. No doubt what we have seen here weighs heavily, even heavier on his heart than ours. Marzia, stay steady. Don't pull a Tesleen on us. Oh, Victor! This is Yeruvet, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives.
Young Marzia here told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babies struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde. In the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Marzia, do you perchance remember Kerasaf and Mevan, the young couple who always brought you your freshest catches? How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, and as is their way, but Kerasaf and Mevan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. If they had their child, still but a tiny babe, To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Or if you promise not to lose hope. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Oh. You wouldn't kill another kid, would you, Final Fantasy XIV? Would you? Fuck. Jesus, that was traumatic. Another? Yeah, earlier a kid turned to despair and turned into one of the monsters and was crushed as the monster underneath another monster's foot. That sucked. Oh, hey, ether current. Yeah, this is the hardcore rated T game I've ever seen. Let's see, I want to see the animation on this thing. Ooh, spinny. It's kind of like Spirits Within, but like fancier and spinnier. He does like a little hop before he does it. Rated T for tears. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please stay back! Ah! That was Karasov. Oh no, this is not good. Oh, wait here. Yes, I understand. They came from the ruins. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Don't lose hope. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no. Oh. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Victor. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. Is someone, anyone? My arm so heavy, and my legs, I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them, need to be with them. I need... Karasov! No! Karasov, you must stay strong! More time. I thought I had more time. I don't want to die. Thank you. Please, find them. Mavan still lives, and she has... Mavan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Polaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Karasov. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Ugh. Sweet, thank you for the 35 months. You came at a really interesting time. Hello. Also, I thank you for the Christmas gift that you and the server put together. I don't know if you had a hand in it, actually, but thank you. Thank the server on my behalf. It is wonderful. Oh, Metric Life, thank you for the 2,000 bits. It's very generous of you. Yeah, I gotta stay strong. All these bits and donos and subscriptions are so I don't give in to despair. I gotta stay strong. Gotta not give up. Stay determined. Lemurs do not give a single frick. Apparently. Terminus Shadower. Right. Trauma Walker. Fear. It's just fear. If Mevin and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Boy, I sure do hope it wasn't that, what's it called that I just killed back there? Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mevin and her little one to safety. Hang in there, Matsya. Steady on. Don't lose hope. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavner...
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Radz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ayahuan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Polaka's stand as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
God, it is just like a never-ending spiral. Despair begets more despair.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Radz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahhawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust.
But they don't.
Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine.
Oh, Stinian has come so far.
And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned.
I love that it zooms in on his spear. Is his spear called Nidhogg? I hope it is.
I cannot speak for Ahhawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you. Served your people, long and true.
He does refer to it as Nidhogg. I love that.
In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance.
Nidhogg is a part of him, that's true.
We have company.
I am ready.
Yes!
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
He said the line! He said it! He said the thing! He said devour his cum! If Mevin fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? God, yeah, no, he said devour his cum. Right? You cannot let fear consume you. Fear consume me? What are you talking about? Then I too could become a beast. I understand, I think. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you learn any, did you find of our friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alize and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Marzia speak with Elder Yeruvet? Pray, explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Mavan and her child. We can do that much for Quarasov. It will not be easy, but I will tell the Elder about Quarasov. I am heartened to see you both safe. What of the family? We found Quarasov, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Quarasov may be gone, but there is still hope for Mevin and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if in your search you come across anyone who has escaped the slaughter, please tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Come, let us join your friends at once. Hello. God. I still can't believe this is only level 85. This feels like the arc of a 0.3 quest like chain. We've encountered no beasts during our patrol, thankfully. Where might Mevin have run off to? Think, Marzia, think. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we be in Marzia? We found Siroda south. We will arrive at Purusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It is possible that Mevin sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Marzia, stay close to me, all right? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We'll make for Purusa as quickly as we are able. With me. They wanted it all in one piece, so the patch quests lead into the next one properly. Yeah, like, they basically put the patch quest in the expansion. Like, this is the whole thing in the expansion, which is nuts. Nuts to think about. Archon loaf, gotta stay nutritious. Hello. God, New Spirits Within looks so cool. Go. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Mevin? She is a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere trying to avoid beasts. And with her child, gods, worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Thank goodness these people still have power of will. Archon Loaf would absolutely inflict those transformations immediately. Listen, it's new. The thought of the fact that they are super healthy would keep me from transforming, if only so slightly. Victor, wait! Purusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphino and Alize have gone to do what they can, but there are so many more than I can count. You must be ready. Oh, jeez. Let's go this way first. Why is bread fishy? What, you never had a tuna fish sandwich? AoE spears within! There we go. It's nice that this is an AoE. Bum, 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 bum. Remain calm and do not wander off. I will tend to the wounded. Monkey. It's bread made of fish? More or less the same thing, right? It all turns the same when it comes out. Oh shit, I'm dying. Helping people. There we are. Oh shit. Yeah. Take care of the bad guys. Fight the baddies, fight the baddies. Help with quest, help with quest. Yeah. I like everyone just compiling in one spot and killing the monsters with us. Man, remember the happy lamp that was following us back at the beginning of the expansion? That was fun, right? Happy times, happy times. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Where could she be?
Game, stop giving Matsuya death flags.
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
Yes and no.
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
Thanks, Sui, I love you.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevin, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That prayer got me going for a little bit. That's really good. May doubt become your armor. And temper your blade. That's really good.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
Aww.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
This game is good.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Ah. That's what Heidelin meant. She
And
knew
with
this
that,
was gonna happen.
Let us see if we can't find Mevin. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Here we go. Time to save them. We must go after them at once. What? What's that, Mevin? Warm hearts rekindled hope. Over there, my view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Victor, go with Marzia and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. God, nobody is safe. No quest is safe. I will say, they do... They did a good job making the quests kind of like take you to every major part of the map to like map it out. That's pretty good. So you'll naturally just start to discover parts of the map through doing the MSQ rather than having to go out of your way. There we go. Ooh, hey look, it's definitely not Shiva the Destroyer from Indian folklore. I'm calling it now. That mom turned into a beast. She's a blasphemy now. Oh, no, she's okay.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mervan!
Don't, please!
Nice shot! Buffalo, yeah! The twins! Oh. Okay, well. A little homage to the trailer. Oh. Oh God.
No! God have mercy!
What the fuck? Just picked her up by the head. That was fucked up. Come on. Mevin's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death, no doubt, came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. It's okay, it's okay. Babies are really good swimmers. Babies are really good swimmers. Take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell. She will surely not survive unless you carry it to the surface at once. They're swimming in womb water. It's fine. Babies can hold their breath really well. They're really good at it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Stay away from me, monkeys. Did you find Mevin and the child? Damn it all. You have the child. Let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet... she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
This was the scene in the trailer. The jungle on fire, fighting monsters.
God damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsya, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsya. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
Best boy, best boy, best boy, best boy.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsya. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way.
Oh no.
No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No, Matsya.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
Yes, I love you, Estinian!
The divinity.
Estinian!
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Estinian's the fucking best character in the game!
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasev. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
I need to hold my horses on the Estinian button because I have a conspiracy theory that they have specific pauses for Estinian for me to press that button. I have a conspiracy theory that someone at Square Enix saw my Estinian button and gave me specific points, so I'm gonna wait for those points from now on. Instead of blowing my load too early.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsya.
There have been suspiciously long pauses focused on Estinian. I have the slightest conspiracy theory that someone made them for me. He had help from on high. Wait, how do I know that? How would I know?
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
I guess I saw him.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first.
Yep, they predicted the Estinian button and put them in preemptively. And then planted that thought into my mind so that I could make it 3 months before Endwalker.
Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
Aw. How is they taking after her brother? Oh boy, I really thought they were gonna absolute like sucker punch Yoko Taro. There is no hope for us there. I seriously thought they were gonna do it. Whew.
Go. I'll keep watch until your work is done.
We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Polaka stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mevin and Karasov died as they lived, as themselves, and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. You could feel them trying to keep Yoko Taro from killing that baby with a 10. Yeah, they had to leash Yoko Taro and hold him back. He was in Squeenix's office, just like visiting, just like, and like he saw the baby and he's like, must kill, must, sadness, despair, depression, and then they had to hold him back so he wouldn't like direct the cutscene. No, he was in the office one day, and they thought he was directing the scene because he's such, he's such good friends with Yoshi P. And then they were directing the scene, right? And then Yoko Taro was like, and then this is where Mattia is going to turn into a beast. And then Yoshi P happened to open the door. He's like, Yoko, no! And stopped him. He tackled him to the floor and stopped him. Ooh. Saito Vonu.
You're ready then.
The delay was to fix that.
In any case, let's head to Polaka's stand. No doubt Vritra is waiting for us.
Yeah, the final day of the expansion was Yoshi P going, I'm sorry, the story's too depressing. Someone let Yoko Taro off his leash. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Vritra.
Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Mattia returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her senses. Less joyous received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Favner must be lost to this calamity? mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death, another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karasov and Mevin's babe is a child of Thavner as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most grateful, merciful worm. I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matza and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vritra, and for years encountered hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Awewan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along. Nidana, what are you doing here? Wife? Wife? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Polaka stand in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mavan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Radz-at-Han was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor had circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Radz-at-Han with the knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed that one of Ahewan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray, allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Radz-at-Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources of our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in their darkest hour. 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Radz-at-Han fares. What will you do, scions? I worry the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way.
Hey. What a nice conclusion. Whew. Oh, man. Oh, that's a relief. Oh my gosh, you guys. That's like being in a hot, sweaty outside day and coming into like indoor AC. You have no idea how this feels. I was stressed. I was stressed as shit. Oh. Yeah, I thought this was gonna be another Tesleen. Thank God. Jesus. Oh my God. Yeah, my butthole was clenched. I could crush boulders. Jesus. Whew, I need a break. Hold on, I'll be right back. I had to take a walk around the room and also say hi and thank you to Echo and also use the bathroom and such. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Vritra chose to reveal his identity to the villagers of Polaka's stand before all others. A wise choice, considering the warm reception. He even seemed a little relieved. It remains to be seen how the people of Radz-at-Han will take the news. But if this is any indication, you need not worry.
What a lovely aroma. I wonder what sort of spices those are. Curious, isn't it? The burning sky is so ominous, yet the crackling flame here are somehow calming. Oh, Victor. Running through the dark jungle. There was a time when I thought all was lost. Had Master Vritra and Estinian not arrived when they did. No, I must focus on the good. Mavan's precious daughter is safe and sound, and that is all that matters. Need to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of their sisters is happening here in Dafnir? Alright, so it's a long story. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own recipe, secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinct sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nadana. By all means, allow us to assist. Yeah, it's like Alphino's magic can only cure so much. They can't cure emotion. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the wakeful Torana. Yeah, healing is not nutrition. Hello everyone, keeping watch for those beasts. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Radz-at-Han hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. A mug of piping hot chai brewed from aromatic tea leaves, flavored with Nadana's secret blend of herbs and spices, then mixed with rich milk. Oh. DJ KN, thank you for 38 months! Yahoo! How's Endwalker, Joe? I've been contemplating of starting a bit of Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm slightly afraid of all the text and time. Hope you're doing dandy. Yeah, if you don't like a lot of text and how long it takes to read, it might be a little daunting. I will say, as someone who doesn't like reading, it is worth a read, but I can't really make someone who doesn't like reading read, as it were. But one recommendation I might have is watching either my VODs of New Game Plus or New Frame Plus by Dan Floyd. He's doing a kind of condensed playthrough of the MSQ, so you can just listen to him or me read it out for you. A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. Ah, the aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. No matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. For that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work. Once I finish this cup. Thank you. Rippington! Merry Christmas from Australia! Merry Christmas! Thank you, Australia. Damn, it must be 3 a.m. over there. Hold on a minute. The first chapter or something is free, right? The base game and the first expansion, Heavensward, is free. Heavensward is really like where the story really starts to get good. The gameplay doesn't change all that much, but the story. It's 8 a.m. Oh, okay. I haven't slept. Ah, rip Viz. I'm dying. Free trial and everything aside from the expansion is currently suspended. Yeah. The servers are dying, Scoob, so they're doing everything in their power to allow the people who are paying subscription and already have an account be able to play, right? Look at all of them all lazing about, knowing full well that the beast might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die, yes. I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? Have some tea. I like that it's chai. Reminds me of Dulia chai. A cup of chai? Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely like times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there's any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. That's what we need. We need Dulia Chai here. She would single-handedly cure everyone of depression. Oh, Chocobo keep. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled to the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. I'll leave you alone, but have some tea first. This is for me? Oh, we used to drink chai together often, shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory, and for we who must remember. Yep, I presume these are, these are ether current quests. I will do them off stream. Thank you for delivering the chai, Victor. Did it help lift the villagers' spirits? Yes, actually. That is heartening to hear, indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but this is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Yeah, what is the saying? Dying is easy, but living is hard. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mavan and Karasov's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Polaka stand will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. When she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Oh, Matya Dad! Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's a magic at work. How their tensions fade with every sip. Let us pray that Polaka's stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnair, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and High Crucible. Shall we return to Radz-at-Han? By all means, do not let us keep you any further. There are still many who need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akiali. We have plenty to spare. And let us find Astinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? Dadya! The wakeful Tirana, near the bridge of Radz-at-Han, as I recall. Very well then. Wife and best boy? Speak with Astinian. Where's Matya's overlay? Well, I didn't anticipate Matya would show up again. Yeah, Matsuya has a crush on her. He does. Well, I don't know if he has a crush on her. He just says that she's beautiful. He acknowledges her beauty. And that she is best girl. But I would not be surprised or unhappy if they were to hook up. I wonder if anyone has a compilation of all the Estinian button moments. I am slowly putting together like a compilation of all my overlays. How do you suppose the others have fared in the capital? I hope things have not been too eventful in our absence. I have appraised Estinian of the situation at Polaka stand, so we needn't have that conversation.
Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you'll be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead of the people of Thavner. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city of Azladal's path. Come.
Is someone saying Bunui? Oh yeah, Bunui. Bunui. It's a very pretty Bunui. Hello. Excuse me. Excuse me. I will go. No preference. I'm in instance 1. For those interested. Hello. There is a lingering sense of desolation here, but that is much preferred to the panic and chaos we saw before.
'Twill be a struggle for the people to come to terms with these tragedies, but they are far stronger than they may think. Than you may think.
That poor old woman who has become a beast said her grandson had gone to Polaka stand. I hope he survived. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too plain to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe, for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square. They said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So, Vritra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. Oh, I'm really proud of him. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Megaduta, then. But before that, it would appear the word of the Assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Yeah, coming out, I'm proud of Vritra. That takes a lot of courage. Tubanui. Hey, you guys, you want to hear an LGBT joke? Why do computers not have any male siblings? Because they only have transistors. Oh, the beast's all gone. I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Boo, get off the stage! Binaries for code, not for gender. I love that. I'm gonna steal that. Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh gods, what are you doing, scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in the creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there is someone else who would lead Radz-at-Han in his stead. Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Spooked youth. Ah, teenagers. Look at everybody. Everybody's here. Finish rounding up the stragglers. The proclamation will begin shortly. Let's wait here, lest we miss something important. Welcome back, Victor. Alphino told me everything. I was pleased to hear that Vritra chose to reveal himself at last. The people of Radz-at-Han need a strong and wise satrap more than ever. People are slowly making their way back here, but many are still gripped by fear and doubt. Hopefully Vritra's message of hope will resonate strongly enough with the ones willing to listen and spread to every corner of Thavner. I hear you were able to bring the situation at Polaka's stand under control. Every life is lost is a tragedy, but you should take pride in doing what you could. When I assumed command during the earlier panic, I did so instinctively and out of necessity. It was not my place to give orders, but I am glad the people heeded them. But now they have need of a true leader, a magnanimous and just satrap who can guide them every step of the way. Fortunately, they are blessed with one such soul. If anyone can protect and guide them through this calamity, it is he. Aww. I think you were great as the Crystal Exarch. It was nice to see Exarch again. It would seem the people have lingering doubts, and I cannot blame them. Yet we know what strength is afforded us with one of the first brood on our side. I have faith the citizenry will come to understand and accept him in time. Yo, where's what's her name? Tiamat, when you need her.
Worm and man, working towards a common goal.
Yeah, I know, right? Doing taxes. Yo, she needs to come in here and just, like, destroy all the monsters. Didn't she say she was going to Mare City? Maybe she did and I missed it. She went back home. Ah, gotcha.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Radz-at-Han, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Hold that thought.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
Yeah, dragons are cool, right?
People of Radz-at-Han, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Yeah, that was a weird take.
As the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Oh my god, you're so fucking cool!
Vashan! I mean, Master Vritra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Favnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be.
Is that Gosetsu's VA? Sounds like him.
For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust. This I know.
Ah, no wonder he's so cool. See, anyone voiced by Gosetsu is awesome.
And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radz-at-Han to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radz-at-Han will never be extinguished.
Oh, did I say that when I met him? Oh, I guess I forgot. Yeah.
I pray you let me watch over it.
I had other things on my mind. Yes, Vritra! King Vritra! King Vritra!
That we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Aww.
Indeed.
Aww. The Heavensward boys. Oh shit. What do you want?
Excuse me, but I must speak with the satrap at once.
You're looking at him.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have.
Right.
On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radz-at-Han, might be saved.
Okay.
I say again, I must speak with your satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days.
A little late there, buddy.
'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Would going to the moon stop the emotional, like, transformation, though?
Escape the star? What madness is this?
Maybe, I don't know.
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamod, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction.
Yeah, perhaps it's time to go into emote-only mode. I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it on. Boop.
And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save.
Is that your original? Has plans changed? I sus you, Master Fortuno.
Including you, our dear friends of Radz-at-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly.
Okay, well that would make sense then. But what about the rest of the world?
Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Not giving us too much time to think about it.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
God, it really sucks that they have to go about their day in it's trying their best to be in high spirits when man, it's just like a never-ending loop of like, if you're sad you might turn into a monster, which might cause other people to be sad and turn into monster. Oh man, It sucks.
We'll do as you say, Master Vritra. We believe in you.
I love this awkwardly voiced child. Wife! Wife.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Polaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
That emotion thing that you were talking about.
Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Yeah, the emotion thing.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high.
Wait, hold on. So if they're drained of their ether, where does it go? Does it go into Hydaelyn? Hydaelyn is a primal. To my bank account. It has to go somewhere. Ether cannot be destroyed. Ether can only be transformed. God, I don't know.
An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
I do. I've taken notes. Here. So far, I have white as default. Yellow is elephant wife grateful. Ah, shit. What? What?
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place.
But my notes! What do I do with them now?
You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
Under normal circumstances, the Forum's proposal would be regarded as sheer madness, but when the sky burns, even madness can sound appealing. Doubtless Vritra is loath to abandon his home, and yet, absent other options, he cannot dismiss the option out of hand.
That soldier of the Radiant there. If I'm not mistaken, he accompanied Haywan to Vanaspati. Could it be that he knew Vritra's identity all along? Possibly. We have no better, safer course of action to offer them than fleeing to the moon. I know this, and yet Vritra and his people love their home. There must be something we can do. even were Vritra to acquiesce to their proposal, just how do the Sharlayans intend to transport the nation's entire populace to the moon? Yeah, and the rest of the world for that matter. Is it even possible? The solution sits ill with me, but if life had taught me anything, it's that there is little to be gained from arguing with Sharlayans. We must take it upon ourselves to find a better way. For example, this one time I tried to have a dance with Y'shtoa, blew me off, and I tried to argue with her, day in and day out. I do not recommend it. As far as we have come, after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nadana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Yeah. Greetings, honored scion of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency, the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my greatest gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying time. Alas, matters here in Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of my appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vritra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Radz-at-Han. Pray, make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action. That might seem an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Victor Quibbles, there is something we had hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you. So, take all the time you need. Thank you, friend. Whenever you're ready, please join me at the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Everybody looking fly. Looking fashionable. See, where are you? Aetheryte. I can't go to the Aetheryte Plaza. Time to walk. Oh! Val has a fortune for me. Whoops. Val? So sorry. I wasn't reading the chat. Val, give me a fortune. That is... Bowl. Is Bowl good? This card tells me you are going to meet good friends again soon. Don't let this moment be wasted. Another great trial of cuteness awaits you. Don't let it overwhelm you. Alright, another bowl. This last card is interesting. I can't tell where it leads, but I know it will be a nice surprise. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I... What does that mean? What does that mean? That's it. What is that? I mean, it could be good, right? Could be good things. Very great fortune. I mean, I believe you, maybe. To be continued. I don't trust any of you. You're luring me into a false sense of security. That's what you're doing. I hate that other people know things that I don't. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune. Yeah, that is a fortune. Thank you, Valerie. Wow, look at that. Huh. There we are. Aetheryte. But I still suss you. I'm not gonna believe anything you say. Is it this? No, it's this way. Huh. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radz-at-Han's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Ooh! This is where we're gonna have our meal, then. Oh! Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Victor Quibbles, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabot, please. You are speaking to the satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or we'll be soon enough. More formally, then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. I like her already. You know a lot about me. This talk of egg reminds me I'm late for dinner. A man after my own heart. I like that. Excuse me? I'm sorry. Excuse me? Wife? Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in now. Radz-at-Han welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomacy dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here at Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? Don't tell me. That's Doma. Ah, shit. We got representatives from Doma. Alamigo. Ul'dah. Oh, hey, look! They're wearing Ul'dan armor. Maelstrom, yep. Limsa Luminza. Gridania. Wow, they're actually wearing cool gear. And Ishgard. And last but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radz-at-Han and their respective homelands. Look at this pretty boy. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And when you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies that you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It is contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the bounty, including this island of Corvus. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all through our allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. Wow, all over the world.
From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalsual. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subjects to any similar restrictions. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radz-at-Han, we've been calling them the first to change. We've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own group of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies of their own spawn, and their spawn, as and when they appear. Shit. At the same time, they're doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that reason that we turn to you. Pray, lend us your strength, and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands.
I'll kill these blasphemies if I have to. Hell, even if I don't have to. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. Oh, these are the role quests! So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us when you're tuckered into all the fine cuisine, eh? Tucking in. Yeah, okay. Now, okay. So far, I've been leveling a tank, i.e. my paladin, a healer, scholar, and a DPS, bard. But bard only covers one of the DPSs, so in my off time, I'm gonna have to do a magical DPS, most likely red mage, and then a physical DPS, or melee DPS, most likely... I mean, we gotta do Dragoon, right? We gotta do Dragoon. There's no way we don't. Thing is, only problem. Dragoon is level 70. Yeah. Level 74. Do Monk. I will level Monk from 0 to 80 to start these quest lines. Oh, man. I'll have Summoner for free. I'm more into Red Mage, personally. Pray, forgive Sharibat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. I love it. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You'll be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mayhan? Yeah, I know Radz-at-Han like the back of my head. My hand. Sorry. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. I'll be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Radz-at-Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahewan's legacy and serve Master Vritra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. All right. I might do that all on stream. I might take one stream. I'll level kind of off stream, and then might do them all in a couple of streams something like that, if their stories are worth going into, like the Shadowbringers ones. They're about as long as the Shadowbringers ones? Awesome, yeah. I'll probably do like 2 or 3 in one stream, and then 2 another. I'll break them up. All right, sorry, just got some important Christmas texts from family. Let me know what they're up to. Mario? Yeah, so I think oh man, Gridania tank. Interesting. Okay. Alamigo healer. All right. Limsa melee DPS. Interesting. And Doma magical DPS. Physical range DPS. Okay. Ishgard magic DPS. Huh. Interesting, interesting. Actually, you know what? I think for Limsa, I might go ninja. Because rogues, you know? Plus, I think I like ninja more than dragoon anyway. So yeah, Alamigo, I'll be going... Yeah, scholar. Very militaristic. And then physical range DPS, definitely bard. Or maybe I'll level dancer, I don't know. Ah, I'm split. I like bard. I like new bard. Bard's cool. They did some subtle changes to it, and it's a lot of fun. I was like kind of meh on the changes at first, but they're growing on me. Also, I need to attune to the Aetheryte. I did attune to the Aetheryte. Oh, the 12s would have home to conjurers. That would make sense why they would want a tank. Yeah. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain the party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. Oh, there they are. This is a lovely surprise to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kalsual from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could have been done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the small token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Merid's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? Ooh. Water. Just water. As you wish, pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water. How's your meeting with the Radiant? I would love to hear more. I know I must eat to regain my strength, but between you and me, I don't have much of an appetite. Alphino? Forgive me for not wanting to make a toast. My throat was utterly parched. Where's everybody else? Okay. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Role quest, you know, the usual. Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Yay! Chat and hangout cutscene!
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend.
Finally, a drink I can muster.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
I had a vision.
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elvis. You would do well to remember the name.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Amaranth? We going back to the first?
Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Aura site at the Crystal Tower back on the first.
Right.
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. Hey, we're going back to the first!
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
Let's hope it's a last resort.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Hi, Very.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can.
Very, everybody. That's the person that I showed the cute fan art of Victor and Aeun kissing Graha.
I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation.
Shut up, Emmett. Don't say that.
Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends and end begins.
What does that mean, Emmett? What does that mean? Emmett? Damn fucking flashback voiceover. I love the Emmett Eyes emote. CP Grim EL. Oh, that's lovely. I love that. The final days. How far has the phenomenon spread, and how does it manifest itself in each land? I must reach out to my friends in each nation and find out all I can. Ah! Oh, I thought she was like, ah! Well, I suppose I do feel better on a full stomach, after all. Burning skies, blasphemies. Not if I've got anything to say about it. What the fuck? CP Grim W. What the fuck? Is that Emmett without a nose? Oh, I hate that. That's cursed.
Beasts and blasphemies may be running amok in nearby lands outside the influence of Radz-at-Han and the Alliance. If so, I may need to go hunting.
If the Forum truly has been spurred to action by Hydaelyn's prophecy, then is it not odd that the Antitower was entrusted to Master Matoya, who bears them no love? No doubt she has a reason for this, and I would know what it is. Nothing like a feast to lift the spirits. I trust you enjoyed yourself as well. Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Oh yeah, I need to repair, don't I? In that case, it's time we each tend to our tasks. And when you arrive to the first, give my regards to Reen. Oh, tell her I miss her.
Dad cred!
Wow. Take this, Victor. My spirit vessel. What? Oh, to make it into the Crystal Tower. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for the access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch over the Ascensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I'm living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Aww. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Granddad. Back to Norvrund. Lena! I've come to teach you how to give people dance partner! I finally found the secret! I found the origins of the dancer! Now you can finally actually up the DPS of the party. I've learned their secrets. You press close position. Victor, you are returned. Have you been well, you and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. Yeah, kind of. So there's the final days. He said this to you. His exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Victor, for taking care of him. When next you see him, Please, tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. Let's just say you're not the only one who's calling him daddy nowadays. It's a long story. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our Lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you would ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and the other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the Empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. Oh yeah, that's the Eden raid storyline. Yeah, we restored at least part of the Empty and started the process. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well. I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. Yay, we get to see our friends again. I mean, we could see them anytime we wanted, but, you know. Ah, it's nice to be back. Oh, hello everyone. Hi, Danny. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registration. Oh, shit. That's the first time I've seen one of those messages. Fear. Fear. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Victor? Oh, backlog!
Ha! It is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend.
Oh, what a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events of the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all.
I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I've gained valuable insight into traversal beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds.
Yeah! There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me for just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Ooh, Titania, driven mad by light and loneliness, Vothri and his misguided self-righteousness, Hades, who bore the burden of his people. This may come as a surprise, but... Elidibus? The Warrior of Light. Truly, I never would have guessed. But then if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have had to ask. 'Tis a tremendously eye-opening answer. And we will see that your account on this battle features prominently in the tome. What battle? Who knows?
I know you love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves.
Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise.
Till next time, then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ear falls off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart.
So there was this cheese, right? And I had to fight a bunch of dragons. Oh, and then the wine as well. Oh, you won't believe this. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, my child! This is pleasant. This is wonderful fan service, seeing how all our friends have been doing.
It's him! It's really him! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself.
That's not Riki. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guards finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first, we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkeel isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows a lot about a lot of things. No. He isn't here. Aw.
Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness tooth for you? What do you think suits Arkeel best? Axe, sword, or bow?
Protecting your friends. Sword and shield, baby!
The sword. If you took up the sword, you could be just like...
Brandon, the Warrior of Light. Yeah, Brandon. He's pretty great, isn't he? Most iconic paladin in the first. Yep.
I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today.
It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. And maybe you might be as good as the greatest paladin of the first, Brandon. Fucking pricks. I'm not salty. Such fun he's been having, basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Excuse me?
I waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our poor sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
Oh, faithful Theo-Ul, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you.
If you truly miss me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will have to call with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it?
How do you know?
How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I can do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape is not to your liking, then you must struggle.
Did you just offer to kill me?
Then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. But here are others you are waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion waits at a tale's end.
They are really something.
Reen! My apologies for the delay. Victor, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your own leisure.
Hold on. Capture cursor.
Oh, whoops. I had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that... I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered. It's as if immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. And as far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Victor, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is.
Okay, I'll stop the pats. I gotta be serious. So, the final days are upon us. People are becoming despair and
It wasn't my imagination then. The doom was witnessed in Amarot has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. So don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. As long as you can continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky.
Oh, there's no way we can escape to them, but we have to save it. We have to save Aetheris.
You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting with my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, because if the source falls, so do all of its reflections. And I'm not going to let that happen. Hello, Samus. Sorry, I'm busy going to the Umbilicus. Hey, it's a Sammy. Look at you. Careful, careful. Chat, this is one of the mods you're dealing with. You don't want to anger them. Trust me, I would know. All right, let me hear that bagpipes. Those Allegan bagpipes. Aww.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
Oh. So that's what Allegan constructs sound like.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity.
Circus Tower. Okay.
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
He's still here.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Wait, so if Zodiac's no more, then that means he's not tempered. And if he's a primal of Zodiac's will, then...
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
Aww.
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
And this is consistent with his character as well. His job is to save the world. I like that. I like that slight twist of like, he was our enemy and we had to stop him. But now, ironically, that same reason we had to stop him is why we need his help. It is still his purpose. Thank you.
I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long ago.
Before he was sundered.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days.
All right, I will ignore chat. I will just completely put it out of my field of vision. In fact, I'm going to move my monitor until the end of this cutscene. I'm just going to completely block my monitor off. Go ahead, Bracky.
And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
Oh.
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes.
Oh, the messenger?
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
Are you talking about Amaranth?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart.
Did you see me or did you see Azim?
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
Oh?
Which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
Thanks for not using it to destroy the world, I guess.
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
Right. It is
For the
history set in
reality you
stone.
wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days.
So even if I change that things there, that does not change things here, i.e. alternate timelines and all that nonsense. Yep.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
Yep. Gotta come back to my timeline.
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
How do I do that? Just like that, huh? Goodbye, Elidibus.
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the Ocula.
Hello, Elidibus.
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Goodbye, Elidibus. Here we go again. Oh, not again. Oh, I hate this. This one's a lot less traumatic than the first one. All right, hand still here, ear still here, tail. Oh my god. The ancients have faces. Look at them. Oh, final zone! Ooh! Aetheryte-like device. The device is reminiscent of an aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Ooh! Oh! Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune to the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Wow. Hello? The man stands dutifully by the aetheryte-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible, incorporeal, transcending the boundary between existence and nihility? This is the right place, yes. Propylion, that sounds right. This facility is called Propylion. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing. It's as if, and it seems neither does she. Can't sprint, can't sprint. Wow. Question mark, question mark, question mark. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Amaron. It would seem you have made it to your destination. Yo, you stinky! You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. I did shout an obscenity. I just wanted to try it out, you know. I didn't mean it. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? Wait for someone to walk through?
And here we are, Elpis.
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
I heard you. You're the friend of Hades.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Emmett?
Who you are, perhaps. But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Hades? Yes! Oh my god, he's hot! Oh, look at his hair!
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
I am... Oh my god!
By the by, You see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
Azem. Oh, you are very pretty.
Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Hello.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
Hello, I am Tiny Azem. From now on, I will be Tiny Azem.
So let's leave it be. Come now.
Hello, my name is Tiny Azem.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
Take me to your leader.
Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
He is an architect.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
Oh, he's so young.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Oh, the snap. I'm apparently in instance 3, whatever this place is. I didn't catch the name.
You may open your eyes.
Oh, I'm fully formed. And large.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
Oh, but I liked being Tiny Azem.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
Oh, I can still be small Azem.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement.
Wait! This is Hyslodais!
Without further ado then.
Oh!
Greetings! I am Hyslodais, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Yes! Oh, yes!
And how might we address you, my new friend?
Victor Quibbles, I guess, but I like to go by Small Azem.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words.
Oh my
So
god.
tell us, whence have you come?
Oh my god.
The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
Oh, I'm so... Oh.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
That's a complicated one. I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Huh.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Huh.
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion.
I worry. Will meeting Asm be a problem? Should I avoid him? Is this going to be like a Back to the Future situation?
We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work.
Actually, Elizabeth said that whatever I do here is not going to affect the present anyway. Okay, so I shouldn't have to worry. I should be fine. I should be fine. I'm just a little...
I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide.
I'm just a little concerned about meeting my previous self, you know, my previous pre-incarnation. That's all. Just a little stressed out.
And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
All right, they're boyfriends.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
They're absolutely boyfriends.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
Oh my god! The world unsundered. Oh, it's beautiful. This is where they practice their That's Vana.
This presence.
Ah! Look at them! Hey, what the heck are you?
Hermes.
Bird people?
Visitors! We have visitors!
So this is where they would practice their creation magics. This is literally the land of the gods. They're actual gods.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Man, you were a hard ass in your youth, Emmett. You really chilled out when you got older. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I was anticipating, but it wasn't this. Fair Sky's good. What the hell? I don't know what I was expecting. Oh. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. Wow. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of the process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us then. So I presume this place has a day-night cycle. I'm happy I got it just at dusk. And it wasn't like the pitch black of night. Thank goodness. This place needs to be seen during the day. Wow. Sorry, I'm just in awe. Whew. Oh, a gift for me? Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Really? Emmett likes to keep a low profile. Wow. No? In that case, Emmett Selk. No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scripts sometimes. You'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Wow. 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 The world unsundered. And there's one more? What else could there be? Those researchers are from the Academia Anida's world of Halmarut, here to observe the state of local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they are adding to it with their little debate. Wow. So, there's no... To the ocular. Wow. Wanna ride? I think I'm good. I need a... I need a moment. This is literally the land of the gods. I mean, even Hydaelyn and Zodiark were not literal omnipotent gods, but the closest things we have. And this is their homeland. This is their time. Hello, Danny. Sneeple, okay. There are Sneeple here. Alrighty then. Hello. No means no. Just be grateful I'm even willing to wait. Yes, these creatures should suffice. Oh, this is how nighttime looks. Oh. It's still bright as day. I like it. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petaludi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petaludi first. Good luck. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. We see guards of Sen's Fortress. Petaludi, like petals? Yep, alright, battle music. Shoop. 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 Go. Oh, I didn't get that. Oh, and you need to capture. Ah, I'm stupid. All right. There we go, and 1 hit there, and that should be good. Ow. Hey, stop. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Hey, there we go. See, I figured it out. And okay, well. Yeah. No worries, Minori. And yeah. And yeah. Got it. With nary a hit point to spare. Hello, Hot Lodeus. Luda is destined to become clothing. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Huh. Won't someone be angry at us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around us to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more Petalutai. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. We literally just stole them. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks the truth. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain for those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Of course, Azim's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. What is that supposed to mean? What was Azim like? Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been first to propose the idea, and you know it. I like Azim so far. He must be some kind of troublemaker. With that, your story's settled. Let us continue with our errand. Ooh. 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 Thank goodness no one wears this outside to spoil. I think people have done a pretty good job not wearing this outside of this area. Props to the community for that. At least I've not seen it. I'm sure some people do, but good on them. Okay, let's put that on, shall we? Sophist's robe. Oh, let's get rid of these. Make them, yeah, coronal wristband. Yeah, it's not gonna show up, but that's good. go. And shoes. And you know what? Necklace. Where's the bell? Where's my bell? Do I not have my bell? Is my bell not here? Ah, there it is. There we go. Gotta have some individuality. Put away the weapon. There we go. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnoresis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us to the direction of Hermes. I love it! Look at everyone! Ah, look! It's Azim, and my good friend, Azim. And don't forget my friend, Azim. And also, Azim. We are all Azim. We are all small Azim. Oh, everyone looks great. Oh yeah, individualization. Coloring them differently. Are there any more Azim I should know about? Azim can summon a lot of familiars. Yeah, well, I mean, like, these ancients, they've got a lot of ether. Like, I don't want to think about how, like, overwhelming it must have been to, like, make us their size. Just to take in how much ether that we did to be corporeal and their size. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Sorry. So this is nighttime. Whoa! Look at the night sky. This is like, it looks like Treasure Planet. How it's like more day the closer it is to the actual planet. Oh, I love this. Wow, it's just straight up a garden. Wow. Two dozen familiars coming through. Ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Hello. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware that there was to be a visitation. I don't know why they give them an accent. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion is the matter. In the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be conducting observation as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? My thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodeus. While I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emet Selk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment like as not. Point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has a short, dark hair. So you know. It's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's like one thing about Emmett hasn't changed. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Wow, so this is basically like a nudist colony for them. Theano. Oh, that's a unicorn! Hello! My, what a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment. So, what would you ask of me? Like most of my colleagues here at Anagnoresis, I am charged with observing the various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life on Aetheris. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. An agnoresis is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, as it is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of our work, that being the discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal unto us the essence of their being. Things created for a purpose. Not surprising that the Aetherites here look very much like the ones in Amaurot. I'm gonna go attune to that. Is that a gosh dang void scent? Excuse me? Oh, it's a mount. Okay, I was gonna say who's the guy who created Force void scent? I need to give him a stern talking to. And what have we here? I guess nothing. Gemstone trader? Okay. Don't ask me why, but my latest creation won't eat up anything but bicolor gemstones. I'm going to need to get my hands on more of them, and fast. Alright, proceed through Endwalker. Okay. Wow, look at this place. My role here? I specialize in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which require a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surrounds. Excuse me? And grapes. Oh, there he is. Pardon me, excuse me. They have such funny faces. Oh God. All right, all right. I thought those were actually dead ancients for a second there. Oh jeez, you scared me. Hermes?
Ah, you are...
Oh!
Oh!
Is that a harpy?
Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait.
She's adorable.
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
I love her already.
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You are of the Convocation?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Oh, she's so cute!
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Oh, like meteor.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I still can't get over that I'm seeing young Emmet
I
Selk.
have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An ambystoma is missing.
I'm gonna have to go find it.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish.
Metron created a sky... Metron? Wait. No, because, Bismarck's not a fish. Bismarck is a whale.
The ambystomas, too, can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
Oh.
I'll help, too!
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
That's my...
May I suggest we split up?
It's my phone.
If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Aww. I like that Hythlodeus just enjoys living. He's precious. He's super pleasant. The ambystoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago, and I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't go wandering off like their adventurous fellow. Go on and lend Hermes a hand. The tenet of the word of Metron is to create aquatic life, both unique and beneficial. Aquatic. What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? And is it even aquatic to begin with? Well, you might be surprised by the abilities of some creatures meant for certain things. Ooh, there it is. And humans weren't meant to fly either, but look at us. We put ourselves in a... Oh! Hermes, are you all right? Oh, he did his darndest. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet, though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma. Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Everything under control, I trust.
Yes, rest assured this is nothing new to me. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in the course of my work. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh.
Hermes, are you all right?
Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and Victor Quibbles, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I'd forgotten all about its fellows!
It's okay. Hythlodaeus and Emmet got them.
Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way.
Man, he's such a caring soul.
As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here.
Jeez.
I'm glad they're safe. Hermes and the Ambystoma.
The Ambystoma stares at you unflinchingly, as if regarding something novel. Regarding it in turn, you notice that it appears to be floating, if ever so slightly. Ooh. Ooh, 539 gear.
Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnoresis.
Anagnoresis. I can summon on a chocobo somehow. Oh, look at that daytime hue.
My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambystoma are safe and well. I will present them back to their space, if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there.
Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again.
Will you be attending as well? If so, you should join the others at the building.
Some creations stay outside. Others stay at Catesis, like the Ambystomas. God, I just want to explore this entire place. This kind of looks like a university in a way. Hello. Sweet. Bird of Elpis breast. Egg of Elpis. I can bring back the primordial egg. Wait. Birthed by a bird of Elpis, the hope within this egg seems unwilling to come out. The most tender meat this bird has to offer. But which came first? Hello. Small. While Emmet Selk has been accompanying us thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission. This just looks like a modern-day building.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge. and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I have important things to say to him as well. There are reasons I cannot speak freely. I have important things to say.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then.
Who would have thought Emmett would be the one that's stuck up and by the books?
Behave yourself. Do you hear?
I promise not to push anything off of the table. Though I may reach for it.
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor.
Oh. There was another Fandaniel.
In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Hermes was such a pleasant, kind soul. What happened to him?
Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, my friend. Please, tend to Meteon. Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise. I'm sorry, Victor. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk.
I like that me and her both have tails. What's up here? Ah, just a little top part.
Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be. It will be. Where to start? Yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Hey! Baby! Yee, baby follower.
Look at her tail swish.
Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not on the grounds or other sites. Or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Run.
Gotta be a junkmonger and mender. What are these? These are... Oh, they're black steel or whatever. Yeah, or black gold. Ooh. Oh. And the gear is... Wait a minute. This is, what's it called? I recognize this gear. That's a behemoth helmet. PvP redo, gotcha. So that's PvP gear. And what do we have here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears and tail of a beast. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need?
This is Victor. Could you teach him about Elpis?
Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it would be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and good, do you hear?
We will, Memnon, we will. Thank you for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from?
A place facing a great threat.
There's such a place. I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
You have the power to sense people's feelings, like the flower. Shoop. 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 There we go. And you just go through, yeah. Observing voracious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance and leave the rest to you familiars. After all, I'm far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. Ooh, motionless bird. Oh! God fucking damn it. Tell me you're not Emmett's familiar.
Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I cannot read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read.
And the mystery continues a mystery.
Wait, please, wait. I'll try again. With you this time.
I swear, if you tell me you can't read anything and that there's nothing.
Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me, and project my emotions to others in return.
I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intentions, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. If they draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my powers when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Oh, jeez. Playing. I am great at the gold saucer. Playing? I'm still not sure what that means. Hermes says, let's play, but then he goes for a walk, or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work. Oh God. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go to see Wanthe next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Let's not bother that thing, yeah? Yeah, I think so. Hey, Tavern Cat. How you doing? Oh man, I'm 6 hours in already. Oh, I want to finish this today, but I know there's a lot left over. I just want to play until it's finished. Well, if it isn't Medion, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuanthe. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Victor. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them. But you know you can't eat, Medion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. You may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes, for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Aww. She literally, likes things that other people like. I'm sorry, Victor. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. So there's these macarons that I really like. Ooh, that's what you like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Victor. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Anybody who says nothing is heartless. You must tell her what your favorite things are. Me and Echo actually made some macarons yesterday. They're soft and fluffy and light. And I learned how to whip egg whites. Ah, excellent timing. It was a refreshing constitutional, I hope. What? Back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Victor wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use, but I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hythlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylion. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious content. Victor is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots. And lots. Aww. La 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 la. Yeah, baby! This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't that exciting? It is held that all civil organizations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the convocation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we are obliged to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged and behave accordingly. Though I see no new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It will be interesting to observe Hermes at work. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Alright, fight monsters. Fight monsters on the way to a path. God, I love the date. Oh, look at the pink sky! Look at this place. Oh! Spriggans! Oh gosh, it's Kate Sith. Okay. Ah yes, the Eanthine Petaluda, one of the newest species of ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe, don't be. The few specimens we repurpose won't be missed. All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. I see. So beautiful, Petaluda. I hope they make it to the world. Ooh.
This here is a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on its own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity.
Kind of like familiars?
So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. The domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise.
Isn't that right, Emmett?
But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there.
Damn, I will not be I do not consider you alive. Therefore, I will not be it would not be considered murder if I kill you. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both.
Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the ampistoma?
A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, 'tis a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress.
Ah yes, lighting pneuma, just as the report said. Though we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma?
Feed the elementals.
By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try.
I guess so. Feed it crystals. Using this concept crystal, anyone can harness lightning regardless of spellcrafting skill. Okay. Eat up. Dinner time, I guess.
Perfectly done, Victor. Look.
Nom 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 nom.
See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words.
Me when I'm up at 3 a.m. looking for snacks. And not wanting to talk with anybody that I run into on the way.
Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive.
Is Medion a living being?
A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know.
Oh, you finished already. I'm sorry. I was in the way.
Not to worry, my dear. They've missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there.
What happened to you, Hermes? You love life. You love life and living creatures. What happened? Here's some bids. Good vids, man. Thanks. Thanks. This will be fine. All will be fine. Gubu? Ha! Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Was there a guiding theme, or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features? It's adorable, but beware its sneeze. Hermes went flying once. Huh.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They sense emotion.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Right.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
What do they call it? Talking about Akasha?
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis. Where's my pen? Where the fuck is my pen? There it is. The artist's war cry. Where the fuck is my pen?
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
Entelekis. Power of emotion. Entelekis. Things with dynamis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
What? Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
That is why you fail.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
Put my chips.
And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
So that she can use Dynamis, perhaps.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Remember, those are the things that killed Manfili's parents. Man, I didn't think that this... I mean, I thought there would be a little bit... Oh, Luke Wolves, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's incredibly generous. I anticipated there would be some cosmic, like, physics involved and fantasy babble, but I didn't realize we would go this deep into it. Never before have I heard of Dynamis or Entelekis. I can only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you have forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is none of your concern. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines the myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the offices, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of such stipulated duties. Their former category includes Metron, specializing in aquatic life, Logrif, specializing in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmerit, specializing in fungal and plant life, Emerolf, specializing in medicine and healing, and Lahabrea, specializing in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Egiorm, champion of enlightening and rhetoric, Pastero, preserver of discipline and order, Emmett Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azim, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Let me write that down. Convocation of 14. Okay. Metron. Aquatic life. life. So the land and the animals. Interesting. Logriff was Gaia. Gaia is sundered Logriff. Fungal and plant life. Emerald. Medicine and healing. La Habrea. Creation. Magics. He did summon a lot of things. Ultima. Arts. Igiorm. Enlightenment. And rhetoric. Pashtarot. Discipline and order. We haven't met that one yet. Or Ultima, I don't think. Emmet Silk. Keeper of Easter Real Realm. It's interesting that they consider the ethereal realm, i.e., Etheris, the underworld. But I guess that makes sense if this land, this heavens, is their normal world. Fan Daniel. Pursuer of extant phenomena. And Asm. Me! Traveler and Counselor of the people. Is that 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's only 11 of them. Huh. I wonder what the other 3 are doing. I'll tell you the tale when you're ready, away from sensitive ears. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. All right. Oh, hello. What's up? Thank you for the egg. I shall eat it immediately. Nom. Thank you, Nona. Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. A serpentine bird or a winged snake. There's a slight difference in etheric balance between these Charybdises. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. Ooh. I thought that was just somebody's mount. Why is this one blue and shiny? I don't know. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimen created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. Reasserting itself. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such changes to manifest in so few generations, I fear they too are unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creature and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conduct that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know. But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, and uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So, have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. I love Hythlodaeus. He's cool.
Hythlodaeus is a man of ideas. I wonder what he has thought up this time.
Emmett Selk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along.
While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it.
Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Also, he's my boyfriend. Victor, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but he mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. I assume Hythlodaeus was persistent as well. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Sorry, excuse me, sorry. Hello, Danny. All right, Emic, what's up? All right. Hey, Emmett. I have a favor to ask ask your gorgeous face, you handsome man, you. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk. All right. Please. Sorry. Please, Emmett Selk. You're sexy and your meat is huge.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Why so straight edge?
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
I love you, Emmett! Ooh.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Here we go. Wow, Emmett unlocked flying immediately.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the Convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow.
Asm.
His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talent.
Aww.
And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him.
He does care.
They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world, and when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
I don't mind it. Keep going,
I can only
please.
assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I think that answers your question, Tavern Cat. If I didn't know better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself. Not that he'd ever deign to admit it. Wave. Hey, Emmett! Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis.
I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly.
And Victor and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive.
I witnessed it from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, and when the need arises. Keep this in mind. I bid you continue observing them.
If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility come to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place.
These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive.
Oh. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. I guess some things don't change. I guess Emmett never saw it that way. Hermes.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let's return to anagnoresis for now.
Oh, jeez, but there's still so much. I'm coming up on time, and I just want to keep going. 86. Hello everyone, is it time to return? All of the creations are happy. That makes me happy too.
Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting?
I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the end most of all. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Sure you did, Emmett. I'm tired, leave me be. I hear sleeping is a great way to pass the time.
Tell me, Victor, in the course of watching me here, have you learned aught of value?
Dynamis. Dynamis seems promising.
Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you.
Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here.
Is something the matter?
It's, Icon. Icon? Icon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one from, for observation that it set upon the nearby occupites, slaughtering them.
Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked?
I had just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Icon. Nature of the Icon that is to blame their innate viciousness. I'm gonna call it Icon. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point to postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order.
Where is the scene of the incident?
Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however.
Hermes, wait!
If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Search for Hermes. Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. God, I like this place. It's so pretty, even when it's foggy. I'm still not over the fact that we're in actual land of the ancients. Yggdrasil, like Yggdrasil. Oh, what happened here? Seems they run out of battery. A fearsome beast, this Icon, but where is it now? Excuse me, sir, please. There we go. The occupant is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Icon.
The lacerations and burns are unmistakable.
Oh, Lycaon, that's an L. Lycaon. Lycaon.
Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there.
Selk and I will search the area for good measure. Just make sure that the Lycaon did not escape.
My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders where you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Victor.
Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. I love this track. I'm gonna make one of these, like, a screenshot from this place, my desktop background or something. God, there's still so much to this zone. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Hey, follow. Hello. Firstly, I need to attune. Excuse me, excuse me. Shoop. Once I get back and record today's results, I should be finally able to put that report to bed. Not Doros, his hair is long, but the color is wrong. Blonde-haired woman. No, I'm looking for a blonde-haired man. Still, I want to talk with her. If you're with Meteon, then I assume you're on errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Blonde-haired man. There he is. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Thesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites, and the observer in charge. You are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength make for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we use Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pastoro may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. Make rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Is that so? Is that so, Hermes? Never, never in a million years. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fate, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Victor. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care once again? Yeah, you got it. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Oh, Hermes is sad at the thought of putting down the creatures, even if they are danger. Can you help me with something, Victor? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, or better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Looking for flowers, picking for flowers. Picking for flowers with a baby. Tree in bloom? Probably not this one yet. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hand adorn the tree. Ooh, so bright and big. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Ah, he'll like them regardless. They can be bigger than the entirety of Elpis. That's a tree. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers.
If there were apples, we could cover them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
Ooh. What an enchanting familiar. I would be delighted to assist your little journey of discovery and personal growth. My role is to maintain the wonders, and thus the climate across Elpis. I ensure that our every environment meets the needs of our flora, fauna, and staff, of course. Environs representing each part of Etheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work, but more than worth the effort. The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis's weather, after a fashion. Here, we employ the latest spellcraft from Amarot to maintain and adjust the assorted climes through which our creations frolic, for test purposes. Naturally, as any other part of Elpis, we also observe and experiment with said concepts, this conversation being, perhaps, one such experiment. They just observe and, like, grab things from Etheris and bring it here. This is kind of like, in a way, their own Labyrinthos, except, I guess, for determining whether they should continue to exist or not. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Oh, look at them, though. They're so pretty. Under observation or poisonous. Those are the two possibilities. What? That's a nightshade. Hold up a minute. Set on a tall, thin stalk, an oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conayon. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Victor, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Yeah, I know. I wear one in my hair. Oh, God, it's a nightshade. Oh, jeez. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Over there, Victor, something big, huge. Huge. Big if huge. Big if true. Ah, that's a marble. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Why, when Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Victor? Would he like it? Probably not. I'd rather not, it's probably not the good sort of memory. I'd rather not go near that thing. So, not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Victor, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that. I promise. Yeah, this one's going a little bit long. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. This shiny thing over there. What could it be? Oh! The dynamis flowers. Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they always white and bright. They were that way in Labyrinthos as well. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I see. Hermes has felt the same. A shortness of breath, the walls closer and closer. But only him. No one else feels it. Please, Victor, won't you lend them to me? Your doubts and anxiety. I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Victor. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Oh, she really cares. I'll just teleport, it's faster. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms.
Hythlodaeus, okay.
There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Oh god, am I gonna have to think about something embarrassing in grade school? Okay, here we go.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you.
Ooh.
May we talk a moment?
You've got pretty eyes. Hedgehog!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread.
He sees
But
himself.
Now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
He sees himself in all the imperfections, all the imperfect specimens, because he feels as though he's the only one that thinks differently, that acts differently from all the other ancients.
Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Alpes, or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Other suns?
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Wait. Did you make the dragons?
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Is Mite on a dragon?
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Oh my god, she's a dragon! She's a dragon! Is she Midgard Sormer's mom? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? What the? I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Victor. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Oh my god. I have theory shooting all around my forehead beam brain. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hyphlodeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Taurus has followed the correct protocols, and as chief of overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released unto the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here on Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect, and to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hyphlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Alright, I think this has gotta be either this one or the next one, the last one, because I want to see this arc to its conclusion. I'm too intrigued. I'm too invested. I'm gonna keep going until I feel there's a good ending. And although that just then might have been a good ending, I want to see. A grips. Not a griffin, a grips. That's gonna take a while? Okay, well maybe after this one then. Gotcha. Well, you know what? I'll do this one. Oh, it's these. Yeah, no wonder. These are PvP mounts. No wonder they're too dangerous to be kept alive.
Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, but the other 3 escaped.
Oh. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the field. You and Victor handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me.
If this is how it must end, then so be it.
One more and then you end up staying awake until 3 a.m. to finish the story. I just might, but tomorrow's Christmas Day, so... I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Boyfriends.
Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros.
But Hermes...
The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead.
Yeah, it does just keep getting interesting. More and more interesting as it goes. So yeah, that's my theory. Meteon left the star, or one of her sisters. Either Meteon or one of her sisters is Midgardstormer's mother. And they returned here because that was their original home. That's my thought. Oh, there it is.
I appreciate your help and lament that it was necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame, like those that you see the other players attacking now. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin.
Alright, here we go. Bring on the fire! Do 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 do. Phenomena. Do 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 do. Phenomena. Do 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 do. All right. Hermes. Ooh. I'll help out this person. Stand in front of the Lycaon and keep its attention. Do I talk to it? I need to... Oh, I need to click on that. Whoop.
Now.
Jesus. Oh, the Hermes staff. Wait a minute. That's the snakes of the Hermes staff.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. live again. If that be your desire.
I just remembered one of the 14 was Elidibus.
Hate, if that be your want.
I didn't write that
You're
down.
worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know.
He's got a point, you know.
Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Thank goodness this is taking place in another time period, because, boy, I'm spending a long time here. Oof. Okay, I think that's gotta be where I call it. I've been going for 8 hours, 8.5 hours. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna turn this quest in, and then I'm gonna go maybe lay on Echo's lap. This is a lot.
The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I don't know what answer he's looking for, or if it's within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be the lesser for it.
Alright, well, in the meantime, I gotta thank you guys, everyone who joined for the stream, players, viewers, all the like. I'm gonna swap to another class so that when I teleport to, to another place, I don't accidentally show my my Asian wear. But thank you, everybody. Sunday will be Halo Infinite. However, it will start a little bit later because I'm having a Christmas lunch with my parents, and my Echo's gonna be there too, and just having lunch with my parents for Christmas. And so I'm gonna start a little bit later, maybe 5 p.m. I don't know, maybe 3 p.m. Something like that. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you all. Let's send you to somebody. And next Wednesday will not be 14 anymore, since these past few Wednesdays we've taken off for the holidays. Wednesday we will return to Balkanus Necro Hunt. Regularly scheduled Balkanus Necro Hunt. So, let's see. Who is on? Who is on? Who? Oh my gosh. Look what Greenwich just traded with me. To be bucks and wine and grapes. Anyway, thank you. Let's see who's on. Let's raid Distortion Devil, our good pal Connor. He's about to play Payday 2. The heist game. You know, that heist game? That heist game you guys all know? Good old heist game. So, let's raid. Let's see. Alex, Mukala, grapes. Here's what we're gonna say. Tales of loss and wine and grapes. That's what we'll say in all caps. Distortion Devil. Tales of loss and wine and grapes. That's what we'll say. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I will see you Sunday for Halo Infinite and Wednesday for Necro Hunt, where we finally explore Wertheim. Bye.